beautiful seaside of Batumi, Georgia.
We are thrilled to have 107 players all around the world from 46 different countries competing in this prestigious event.
We're hoping we're going to have here a lot of exciting games, some of the blunders, some of the nice checkmates, and all the beautiful moments that usually we have at the chess tournaments. We will be your host throughout the event. I am Human Grandmaster Keti Tsolakidou and our chess expert, Grandmaster Valery Gaprindashvili.
So, Georgia has a great history in women's chess. We all know that, right? Through this event, we hope to add another remarkable chapters, and I think it will be kind of how to say it. We know that Georgia has a big tradition, the rich tradition, but I think every next step like this will reach another interesting chapters to this tradition, and we are waiting for it.
Exactly. And in fact, this tournament, the World Cup, is very, very important for the professional chess players and one of the key events on the chess calendar, because this is the way to go to qualify to the candidates tournament. And we know that the winner of the candidate will be the challenger of the world champion. We do have superstars here. 107 participants, as Valerie already mentioned. We also have some new stars, and there are also some players that we have not heard about them. Here they got the wild cards, and it is such a great opportunity for us to find out all about them as well and know more about these players. Well, to just have a little bit information about the previous World Cups, we had two previous World Cups in Sochi 2021, and the winner of this World Cup was Alexandra Kostyuk, and the runner-upper was Alexandra Garechkina. And the third place took Tan Zhongyi. And then in the previous one, Baku 2023, we had Alexandra Garechkina now winning the tournament, and Nurgul Salimova. She was very young, she was new face, and I remember this was such a big achievement for Salimova. And in this tournament, she's one of the leaders now, and we also had in the list Anna Muzichuk. We do have actually Garechkina leading throughout these two events. Do you think she might be one of the leaders, and we can consider her to be the favorite?
Has to be for sure, has to be for sure. But okay, we know that everything depends about the conditions for the exact moment, how they are prepared, how do they feel, and so on, so on. So we will see. But I think that she will be one of the leaders for sure.
Exactly. The games will start in 5 minutes. We also have the first ceremonial move. But before that, we do have the highlights from the opening ceremony, which happened yesterday. Let's take a look at that. In fact, we have first to go to the playing venue because we don't want to miss any of the actions in the playing venue. So let's now take a look what is happening there, and then after that we're going to see the opening ceremony video.
I like the great venue we have.
In the playing hall here in Batumi, where it's a beautiful sunny day outside, and round one is about to start with the first game. As you can see, only minutes. The hall is busy piling up. The players seem to be in quite a good mood. Of course, here today we only have 86 of them, as the first 21 are sitting out. And on board one we have Carissa Yip playing with the white pieces. Now, if you watched the opening ceremony yesterday, then you would have seen that the colors were dropped with two wine bottles, white and red. And players with the odd numbers would be playing with the black pieces. Now, Carissa is seed number 22, which means she starts with white. Stay tuned to the FIDE broadcast. Lots of exciting games. First move will be made by none other than FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich. Back to the studio.
And yeah, at the opening ceremony, we had the draws of lots, and we used Georgian wine, which is so famous in the region, also the worldwide. We had two bottles, red bottle and the white bottle, and the chief arbiter had to choose one of those. And as we mentioned, the odd numbers will take the black pieces. The games will start very soon, but before that, we had a beautiful opening ceremony here in Batumi yesterday. Let's take a look at the video.
This summer, your next big move is waiting. The World School Chess Championship from August 2nd to 7th, Washington, D.C. Battle it out on the board and make new friends off it. Play hard, laugh louder, explore, connect, compete. 50 plus countries, one amazing experience. First time in USA. Incredible journey. Are you ready to make your move? Register your team now.
We are here in Batumi and I'm walking on the snazzy red carpet which leads to the entrance of the opening ceremony of the FIDE Women's World Cup. We've got a band playing, we've got actors in chess suits. It's going to be a spectacle, and we know Georgia knows how to put on a show. So here it is.
That was a beautiful opening ceremony that we had here yesterday. And now it's time to go to the playing venue and check it out, what is happening, as the games will start very soon. And later on, we will take a look at the format, of course, and the prize fund of the event. Or maybe we can do it right now very fast. As we mentioned, 107 best players from 46 federations are here in Batumi, and in the first round we're going to have 86 players only, because top 21 women chess players who are top seeded, they will join us in the round 2. The time control is a classical time control, 90 minutes plus 30 minutes after 40 moves, and of course each player is going to have 30 seconds increment per move starting from the first move. And what is very important here in this tournament, top 3 players will get the right to go to the Candidates Tournament 2026. And here we have the prize fund, which is so important, Valerie.
So in the round number, after the round number 1, we're going to have 43 players awarded with 161,250 US dollars.
That's a lot of money.
Yes, so these are the players who will not qualify for the next round, for the round number 2.
Mm-hmm.
So,
what's very important, each participant who already qualified here at the World Cup, they will get 3,750 USA dollars, even if they got kicked out in the first round, Valerie,
yes,
which is
that's
a
a
lot of money.
guaranteed prize.
Yes. And here we have, the games have already started. We had the first ceremonial move, which we skipped it, but we're going to have in the video recap, obviously, we had FIDE president, Mr. Arkady Dvorkovich, making the first move on the first board. And we do have a star of a day, Carissa Eve from USA. She is a young, talented girl. Her opponent is
Wilson Hannah.
Hannah, yes. We don't know much about her, but throughout the day we will know a little bit more. We're going to have a little bit more information about her too.
Sure.
What we have on the board, I see that we don't have typical D4, E4, but we
Yes.
have a slight different opening. Can you please take us through the game?
So, this is a game, as Kathy said, this is a game Eve Carissa playing against Wilson Hannah. Actually, later we can find out about the information about Wilson Hannah, how she qualified to this tournament. We have the move number 4 here. The Reti system, we can say like that, the C4E3 system. It's not the main opening line. So less theory about this. It seems like Ip is she decided to take a game in the middle game to bet on that, and of course she is very good at it. So let's see what Wilson Hannah prepared on this opening.
You know, very often the higher rated players are just choosing not the main opening because
With
obviously,
white.
yes,
With
obviously
white.
the opponent prepared about
Your-
for the game, right?
yes,
And
your
you want to
regular
take-
stuff,
Yeah, you want to take your opponent out of the preparation, and in fact, this is one of my favorite setups with white. In the fast
I don't
time
mind
control.
also.
Yeah, you know what I can do here with white? I can play b3, bishop b2, to fianchetto this bishop on b2, to target g7 pawn, and later on I can play rook to g1 and g4 to
Yeah,
attack
that's
the
a
king
very,
side.
very nice and interesting idea for the mostly for the blitz and maybe rapid also. And one more thing to add that the white colors allows you to play the openings like that, because with the black, for example, you couldn't choose where and how to take your game. You have to be very good in theory with the blacks. Let's go to the next game.
Before we go, because we have still Hannah on the screen, she has qualified from the Americas. She played the tournament, the qualification, the zonal qualification, and she got the right to qualify from that event. And here we have her. Most probably, this is her first event, first World Cup. And it will be actually great experience for
She's
players.
from Barbados,
Yes,
right?
yes, she's
It's
from
very
Barbados.
nice country. Once, in 2004, I was the captain of the Barbados team, but the the men team.
Oh wow! I'm not even sure if I have ever seen the participant from Barbados to qualify to the World Cup. I think this
never
is the
remember.
first time, or
Yeah.
it's maybe me only. But such a great
It could be. Could be the
honor to
first
have
time.
her here, and her opponent is actually 22nd seeded player at the World Cup 2025, Yip Carissa, very top opponent. Maybe we
She
can
played
actually just-
B3. She played
Yeah.
B3, what we were talking about. Next, we have Bella Hotenashvili playing against Cajita Esperanza. I think I pronounced this name correctly. So we know about Bella Hotenashvili. She is very experienced player. She is the Olympic and World Team champion. She plays for the Georgian team, and of course she is one of the favorite players from Georgia.
Barry, before we start the game, do you think that to have this tournament in your own country, is it something that benefits you, or it might be a little bit like extra flavor to stress?
I think both of it. Both of it. As everything has the two sides, from one side it's good, from another side maybe a little bit stressful. For example, when you are in your country, I think the responsibility is much higher. But on the same time, the confidence is also higher. So it depends how the player gonna use it.
Exactly.
Yeah, nothing special in this game for now. We have the typical opening with the A3 system.
Is that Petrosian system?
Yes,
A3?
that's sure. It's a Petrosian system with the A3 line, A3 variation. So A3 makes sense to don't give black a developed bishop on B4. So, for example, instead of A3, if we play here with the white knight C3, then it's gonna be bishop B4.
And main line. And this is a second example that the higher rated player avoids the main line, and instead of that she goes the sideline, she avoids bishop b4 to be played.
By the way, bishop b4 is quite promising for black.
Yeah.
So a3 makes sense, actually makes sense. I like this move, I like this move. So what the black can do after a3 is the best for black to do is bishop b7 and then d5.
Yeah, we should also mention that I'm myself very proud of this fact that Tigran Petrosian, the world chess champion, was actually born in Tbilisi,
Yes,
and he was many times Georgian
and he also
champion.
grew up there.
Also grown up. We also have his club, which myself I was attending as a little kid, and also I love his playing style. I think he is one of the greatest chess players.
One of the safest.
Safest, yeah. I loved to see his games, and we're so proud of him as well. He's Georgian Armenian. We share his legacy with Armenians to our
I think,
neighbors.
most of our viewers know that Armenia and Georgia is neighborhood
Yes.
countries. So maybe some people from Barbados does not know.
Probably, yes.
Because I actually don't know what is the neighborhood countries of Barbados.
I think that's an island, right? They have pretty much the ocean.
Has to be. But I know that it's a very beautiful country.
Yes, I assume that. So Bella's opponent here from Angola, Esperanza Casita, she is
It's
quite
very
young.
interesting how to pronounce, by the way. If it is a kind of Spanish last name, then it has to be Cajita.
Cajita. Okay, yeah. We're gonna know that, and we're gonna
Because
have
the name
also
is like Spanish, you know, Esperanza.
Yeah. Probably that's it. She looks quite young, and she also got the right to by the qualifications to get in here. And her opponent is a grandmaster from Georgia, as we mentioned.
Yeah, so in the game, Esperanza played bishop b7 and knight c3, as we see on the board.
Valerie, we do have a live stream on different platforms, and one of the platforms that we're streaming is on YouTube. And there is a poll, there is a question to our viewers, and the question is following: will we see big upsets today? And you guys can go ahead and vote for it. The question is very simple. You can just vote yes or no. For fun, I will vote for yes. And let's see how this is going to go. And you guys, please do it. So far, I see that 60% thinks that there will be a big upset, and only 40% thinks that there will be 0 upsets in the first day of the first round. We so far have 70 voters, but go ahead, guys, and make sure that you vote for it. And also, please make sure that you hit the like button on the stream. And also, feel free to let us know if you have any questions, or if you want us to take a look at some game. You can also write to us. But please keep in mind that we do have a 15 minutes delay. So we're going to see your comments a little bit later, because we do have a fair play check, and we have also the this rule for the fair play to have 15 minutes of delay. And Valerie, how important do you think it is to have fair play regulations at the FIDE events?
Yeah, for secure, I think it's quite logical and correct thing. Here we have the game Juliana Evi playing against Tsolakidou Stavroula. Tsolakidou Stavroula, which is showing excellent performance last time. She's with black color here. We have typical King's Indian opening. The next one, Ning Isabel Yushuan playing against Gunina Valentina.
And we have them on the
Quite
board.
quite simple position, mostly equal. So as we know, here is 2 games that the players are playing. So mostly with the black colors, even if the stronger player is playing with a lower rated player, they are okay with making draw, for example, in the first round with black colors mostly. I don't think that Gunina will risk much in this game, and the position is also quite solid for white.
Yeah, we have to actually mention this part of the format that at the World Cup, the players are having white and black pieces or reversed. And in case of a tie, if it ends 1-1, then we have additional day, third day, when we're going to have a tie breaks. So in the end of a match, we're going to have only one winner and will qualify to the next stage. But in fact, the players have actually two chances or even more chances. If they lose in the first round, they will have an opportunity to come back in the next one.
Next game.
Yeah, for the chess fans and the chess viewers, Valentina Gunina is well-known face. And we are always happy to have her on in the chess tournaments. She's very good speed chess player, but yesterday
she loves tactics.
She loves
I
tactics.
remember.
It's so nice to see her games. It's so much fun.
When she is attacking, she's unstoppable.
Yeah, I had her just a small talk with her yesterday, and she said like, yeah, people think that I like to play blitz and rapid, but like in fact I really love to play classical chess, and also I think she misses to play a lot to play classical chess too. And you know what happens when a player misses to play chess? They go all in and they are like.
And now she has a very long classical tournament.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a really, really long chess month here in Batumi on the state side. And you guys, if you are still trying to plan your vacations, go ahead.
Yeah.
Book your flight here in Batumi. It's
we will meet you here
seaside.
for the next 24 days.
Exactly, exactly. And in fact, you can also come at the venue and attend the tournament, which is actually possible to do it first 1 hour. It is free for everyone to go.
It is open
inside.
for everyone.
Yeah.
All visitors can go inside the playing venue. Next, we have Ushenina Anna against. What a nice last name, February.
Yeah, Jessie February. She's actually
Jessie
very well
February.
known personality from South Africa. She's also a streamer, and she was involved at many chess events. And so good to see her here. We should admit that her first round opponent is quite tough, the former world champion, Anna
About Anna, we
Ushenina.
can start talking today and end up tomorrow.
Yes,
about,
that's right.
Her goals that she reached already in chess. This is a position after move number 6. Last move, Ushenina played bishop e2, this French defense. Quite main line in the theory. Promising for white. But nothing much to say for now.
Because they still have to make decisions, have to set up the pieces.
Yes,
and it's basically just the starting of the position, right?
Yes, instead of bishop e2, here is different lines that the white can play. One of them, the most interesting for the viewers and chess lovers, is bishop d3, later sacrificing the pawn on d4, as immediately black could not capture this pawn because of the discover check on b5, and the white will be just queen up. Black could not capture it immediately, but they can do it later. For example, after bishop d7, there is some interesting lines after castle, take on d4, sacrificing that pawn. And the white has a huge compensation, and it is a lot of lines, theoretical lines there. But Ushenina decided to play bishop e2. Bishop e2 is also making sense, definitely. It's not sacrificing the pawn on d4. And later, white, of course, in this kind of pawn structure, white is always trying to attack the king side, and from its side, black is trying to attack the center, mostly the pawn on d4.
Yeah, it's as we mentioned, it's just the starting of the round, and we are hoping to have some nice French game between these
With
two.
some sacrifices.
Yeah, please do some sacrifices. Here we are for fun. In fact, Ushenina has she's quite a titled chess player, and the highest title in chess is to reach grandmaster title, right? And there are only few female players who has reached to that level. And Nana was one of the first people who achieved this title in 2012. She got all the norms of the Grandmaster and she became the Grandmaster. And in fact, the same year she defeated Antoaneta Stefanova in the finals of the Women World Championship. And she became the first Ukrainian female chess player who became the world champion.
Who got the title of the world champion.
Yeah, and she's 14th world women chess champion.
And that's the greatest achievement.
Mm-hmm.
Next game. That I don't know how to pronounce. Canino? That has to be Canino.
Canino.
Canino?
From Philippines.
Playing against Shuhwan Ana.
Shahman Ana. Shahman Ana is quite young and talented chess player, but we have her at a lot of events. Now already like the bigger events, but earlier I remember her at the junior championships, and she was one of the toughest opponents for all the girls out there, and her rating is quite impressive actually, and I believe that we might have her having a huge fight against quite strong players.
Let's see. What we have on the board now, it's a quite famous and typical line from the Ragozin system. So here it's difficult to say anything in advance, Kathy, you know, because there are a lot of different options that the white can choose, taking on d5, play e3, play a3, a lot of different theoretical lines. One of the main lines in Ragozin.
Valerie, a lot of people might ask the question, if we just go and move back, why white gave up the bishop, dark square bishop. This bishop after h6 could go on h4 and skip the pin on the board. Is it good to give up the pair of bishop at the very early stage?
Oh, this is the question of the century. It depends whom we are asking. For example, if you ask Nimzovich, he will say that you have to capture on f6 even without h6. So when you are playing bishop g5, just capture. Also, Ragozin was one of the lovers of the knights. So this is about the, how to say it, about the wish of the chess player who loves to play with the bishop, because, okay, if we are talking connected to the chess rules, then we all know that the bishop is stronger than the knight in the open position. And in the closed position, sometimes knight is just dominating on bishop. So here is different things, you know, and different views. Of course, bishop h4 was possible after g5. There is some tough lines there in Ragozin system, long and the tough lines. So taking on f6. What to say about that concrete? It is difficult to say anything concrete, you know. So it is move like just a move. We trade the bishop on the knight. Okay, let's say usually bishop and the knight is almost the same strength piece, right? So in this case, taking on f6 is absolutely okay for white, and they are not missing that bishop too much later, because on the same time they are kind of advanced in development.
Exactly, yeah.
So after e3, for example, the simplest move, e3, after just develop the bishop, or take on d5, and after making the castle, also d5 pawn is hanging, right? After taking on f6, one of the sense, the taking on f6, knight is not protecting d5 pawn anymore, also queen is not protecting, and we're gaining the tempo somewhere. Also, on the same time, we have to say that the black bishop on b4 also going to be traded on the knight. So black is not having the
Pair of bishop will not have the pair of bishop
the advantage of the pair of bishop. There will not be on the board.
Yeah, I think we do have a move here. I see the queen has already played on a4 right after the trade. Queen f6 and then
Yeah, I don't
queen
have
a4.
this move yet.
And just that's another point, that you are chasing this bishop right away. It's not guarded. You are giving the check, and black has to play knight c6 in that position after queen to a4. And also black's pieces are somehow not so well coordinated. Queen does
Yes.
not belong on f6.
So
Knight
mostly
doesn't
black is
belong
taking on
c6.
c3. So
Yeah.
that could be the answer, the rogue answer on your question about giving the bishop on f6. That we are kind of forcing black also to give the bishop on c3. I'll try to take a look at all players if it will be possible. So next board here I have Song Yushin playing against Kiran Manisha Mohanty.
And we have another French.
Another
Is
French.
it a French or it's a
Yeah, it has to be.
Karakan? Because we also have
It
Karkan.
has to be French. Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
it's French.
Again, another bishop e2 system, as Ushenina played against February Jesse. Knight g7 line and knight f5. Also, one of the main lines of the theory. So it's difficult to say anything much. We could not create a new theory yet. So the point for black is also to develop the dark square bishop on e7 and do the castle. In case of g4, the knight always can jump on h4. That's not a problem at all. Bishop g5, of course, does not work because of knight f3 check, and black is just piece up. So g4 is not a danger for black at all. Next game, Miranda Rodriguez Tania playing against Coulon Claudia. This is a position we have after move 11, so this is a dragon
wow.
system of Sicilian, as I see. Yes, that's a dragon system with sacrificing on d5.
Oh wow, look at this
Yes,
position. And
yes.
bishop c4 was the final move, right?
Yes, bishop c4.
Okay, we have to see this game from the very beginning. It looks really nice.
Yeah, it's just a dragon system with the d5 line. Let's take a look. It's a little bit risky for black, risky lines there, and I think it is very important how Miranda is prepared for this line, because it is very difficult to play at the board.
Yeah, and also talking about Claudia Colon, she is just like Gunina, very sharp player. She likes tactics, she likes the complication, and I feel this is kind of her territory to have. That's why the opening choice was Dragon.
Yeah, it's
in
very
this
interesting
match.
that the white did not capture the pawn on d5 and get this extra pawn.
Was there some kind of tactics there?
I don't think here is anything immediately happening, because this is kind of the typical sacrificing with black here to have the compensation later. So the best here the black can do, it's a very interesting position. For example, take this.
Take on d5 and somewhere you can start to play something like bishop e6 and chess d8 to pawn, or keep the queens also on the board. Yeah.
Giving this, I think that will be very dangerous or not. For example, like this. Nice, no? You see? It's a very interesting line could happen here. Yeah. Black is absolutely good here. What else could be done after taking on d5? Yeah, I think knight d5 is the best. Knight d5, queen takes d5. I'm not sure about bishop e6 immediately, and just queen c7. Yeah, this is a compensation, full compensation for black.
And what happens if they
If they take, then bishop f5.
Oh, okay. Hitting on c2, queen is also under attack. And in case if white decides to trade the queen for two rooks,
yes, this is a very nice trap here on bishop d3. There is queen e5.
Beautiful.
Yep. Otherwise, otherwise c2 pawn is also hanging with the checkmate. So take one more time. Take queen c7. Oh my god. Just a sec. My apologies. So take queen c7.
C7.
Take bishop f5. Take. And c2 checkmate is happening.
Oh, we can show that maybe on the board after c3. You just take bishop c3.
Yes, sure.
And that's it.
For example, if the white plays c3, we can just take that pawn.
And after taking, you just
Just a
get the
checkmate.
queen on c3, and that's a checkmate. This is exactly how you want to end your first game at the World Cup. And as
Mostly
the-
with black colors.
Yes, with the black colors. As we see that the sun is still there, bright, and we are basically few meters away from the sea.
That's a
You
very
want
nice
to go to the
view, by
seaside
the way.
after winning this kind of game.
Okay, so let's get back to reality.
Yes.
And we have this position on the board.
I believe Colon played either
E6?
bishop to b7 or e6. She might started with e6 to make sure that d5 is well guarded, and white's bishop is on b3, and then we have bishop to b7, and that's currently the position.
Yeah. Okay, I think we can go to the next game. Here we have Daulite Cornet Deimante with Wadifa Ahmed. We have the Sicilian here with e5 variation. Also one of the famous lines, one of the main lines. So the game is on. I will not do any comments on this position.
It is always great to have Sicilian game for us, for the commentators, because you know that it's never going to be boring at all.
Yes.
Uh,
Mostly the dragon. As,
Yeah, we have also
Claudia
dragon.
played.
We have all kind of opening
Yes,
choices.
we have
So far,
a-
we did not even have any repetition of the opening.
Let's go to the next game. We have Mohamed Zaki playing against Maltsevskaya Alexandra. Maltsevskaya Alexandra, which is also showing an excellent performance last time. She's a very promising chess player, I think so.
Yeah, exactly. And she recently.
She's quite young. Also
Yeah,
at the same time.
she recently joined the Polish team alongside with Alina Kashlinskaya, and now it is considered to be one of the strongest team at the team competitions.
Yeah, the Polish team became much stronger, right?
Yes.
So we had Sicilian here with c3 and the e5 line. This is not the main and the famous lines, but as we know, and we already said, Katie also mentioned that sometimes white is choosing to don't go on the main lines as the opponent could be well prepared. So white in this game decided to go on the sideline.
Do you know what I like about this tournament? That might be a little bit stressful for the players itself, but for us, it's a lot of intrigue. So basically, when you go to the chess tournament, you know your arrival time and your departure time, because it's all
Here
scheduled.
nobody knows.
Here you have no idea when you're going to be your last game, and you have no idea when you're going to have to take the flight, right? If you
Yeah,
are out
sure.
of the tournament, you have to
But
leave
not
probably.
us, we know our schedule.
Yeah, it's not working for us. Sorry, guys. But yeah, this has been actually quite a thing for the chess players, for professional chess players, especially for the chess players. They like to know the
Yeah.
schedule. They like their own routine. They have always
To plan
scheduled
everything
yes,
in
to plan
advance.
food, like meals, even like walking and like training, everything. They like to have this routine. And then it comes to the World Cup when they have no idea when they have to leave the tournament.
By the way, if they don't qualify for the next round, they still could stay here.
Yeah,
Why not?
obviously. Yeah, they can still have here some holidays. We have some players actually coming at this tournament together with their family members. I saw a few players with their daughters or son here at this event, and right now we are looking at the playing venue, which is actually huge, and it feels so good to be
That's
there.
just excellent.
Right now we just have all the boards, and we have this red area where the spectators can come and observe the games and
I even
check
don't
out their
remember
players.
the thing like that before. Such a big playing area with the spectators inside.
And
It's very nice.
yeah, and we also have actually the platform, the podium, where we have top boards.
Yes, on the
Ah.
same.
Mhm.
So next game here, Daniel and Elena.
We can actually take a look at the next game, but we do have 10 boards covered by the cameras, and in that case, we
yes.
will not have a footage of the players. And maybe we can just stick around and take a look at this game with the full camera of the playing venue.
Yes. So here we have the Daniela and Elena playing against Antonova and Nadezhda. It's very interesting. What was the move order? Bishop f the Queen's Gambit with the Bishop f4, taking d6 and e3. So this kind of positions mostly slightly better, for white. Why? Because of the space of the better development and the problem of the c8 bishop that black has to solve. But on the same time, as I told you, just slightly better. So mostly in these kind of positions, we have the long games. Long games in the end game, pressing on the queen side with white step by step. So Danielian is quite strong in doing that.
In
So,
this kind of
in
position.
this
She's
kind
one of the most
play.
experienced players
Yes.
in this tournament. And we do have the statistics. And Elena Danelian is top 3 most experienced players
Wow. In this tournament?
in this tournament,
Yeah.
yes, at the age of 46. And she has achieved a lot of titles. Obviously, she's European champion as well, and she has won a lot of other events representing Armenia. And to compare,
I could not even count how many times she played in the Armenian Olympic team.
a lot,
A lot. Just a lot.
I wonder if she knows herself how many times she has played.
That's true.
Yeah, I met her right before the start of the game. She was quite cheerful. She was in a good mood, and I was like, "Hi, how are you doing? How's everything here?" And she said, "As long as I'm staying here for this
I'm good."
event, I feel good." Yeah. So we're
As
talking
long
about.
as you will ask her that question, she will
Yes,
be good.
she'll be here, right? So we're talking about the most experienced players, and then we're talking about the youngest participants of the event. And can you guess what's the youngest participant of this event?
How old is she?
Yeah, how
Or,
old is?
14?
Yeah, very close. We have 2 players from Sri Lanka. We have 1 player from Sri Lanka, Devi Dia Oshini. She's 13 years old, and
Oh, wow.
another participant from China, Gao Muzian. She's also 13 years old. And then we have 1 player from Kazakhstan, Elnaz Kaliahmet. She is 14 years old. And we can see the clash of the generations at this tournament as well. We have someone who's so experienced.
Few years ago, I was commentating the Youth World Cup, and I remember that Kali Ahmed, how small she was. And now suddenly she is playing on the World Cup. And of
But
course,
she's still this youngest participant of the event.
so best luck to her and to all young players, because it is very important, the first experience in your life in such a kind of biggest tournament, we can say like that.
Absolutely. And I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe this is our participant from Sri Lanka, Divindya Oshini Gunavardhana, on the screen. And what a great achievements to be at the World Cup, actually.
She has to.
Once in my lifetime, I was very close to qualify to this tournament, and I know how important it is to qualify at the World Cup for the professional chess player. This is like must
Yeah.
to have.
Next game,
Oh, look at that.
Ajar Puteri with white and Stefanova, Alexandra with, Stefanova Antoaneta
Antoaneta.
with black. What an interesting opening we have here. Let's take a look. So it's Karakan. Yes, it's F4. I never saw this move.
It's very. I love this move actually.
F4. I saw bishop F4, but pawn F4.
I love this move because you want to play knight f3 next move. You want to castle, and you want to
Knight on
have a
E5,
full control on e5 square. And if you
And you don't
wish in
care
the
at
end,
all that you have bishop on C1.
that's
a
the
problem,
thing. That in the end, when you have all the pieces developed, maybe you will push f5 later on to open up your dark square bishop also to get into the king side attack.
That's interesting. Let's see how Stefanova will react on this move. Of course, it's not like kind of dangerous immediately for black. We have different things to choose. For example, to play bishop d6 and to put the knight on e7 instead of f6. Also is an option. In that case, black could control the e5 square, right? After knight g7, knight e5 will not be so dangerous later because of f6. Here, immediately f6, I'm not sure it's working. Let's see. It's very interesting. Queen h5 check, g6.
Can I just take this pawn, knight g6?
Like this, right?
Yeah.
And that's it. So f6 immediately doesn't work. That's for sure. But we can do it later. I like play first queen c7.
You can. Well, if you castle here with black, you
Will
have
be
to be.
dangerous, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Queen to h5.
Queen h5 is enormously dangerous.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay, and after f4, for example, if we react with knight f6, right? Knight f3, and knight e4 could be or not.
Maybe that's the thing you have to do to just make sure at least you block the light square bishop, which is one of the key pieces in the king
In
side
case
attack.
you need, you also could play f5.
f5,
right?
yeah.
Let's
To
see
play some
how
kind of stone wall. But you know what is interesting? That Antoaneta Stepanova
Is
is
thinking.
still thinking. So she's taking this quite
So
seriously.
f4 already works.
Yeah.
Now we can say that f4 that Ajar played already works. I think this player is from Philippines or not.
Yeah, and she's
Ajar.
from Philippines. She's
Ajar Puteri Muna.
Malaysia.
Malaysia.
Yes, she's from Malaysia. And of course, Antoaneta Stepanova, she is well-known face in the world of chess, grandmaster and the world chess champion, sharpest player you
Yeah,
would actually look for.
definitely.
But recently, for a few years, she's also engaged in politics, and she is
That I didn't
actually.
know.
Yeah, she's involved in her country to. There are lots of actually chess players, female chess players mostly, go into the politics and having quite high positions.
That I heard. But she is an excellent chess player, let's say so.
Yeah.
I don't
It's
know
amazing.
how good she is in politics, but in chess she was one of the best. If she will be the same in the politics, then it will be
Yes,
just
it's going to be
excellent
good for her country.
for that country. Yes, Bulgaria.
Exactly,
is, I
Bulgaria.
mean.
Yes, she's from Bulgaria.
She's
And she's
thinking.
quite,
She's thinking on f4.
She's quite active also in many other roles in the office of Bulgaria. She was the member of the National Assembly of Bulgaria in 2021, and after that she got even higher positions, as we know. And it's so good to see chess players also being in the active in the other fields as
Yeah,
well,
sure,
not only in
sure.
chess. To
Sure.
demonstrate how important it is to have all the skills that chess is giving to
Yes.
you.
But for current moment, I think the most important thing for her is to make the decision how to continue after F4.
How
That-
to respond to F4.
Yes, that we can easily see. As of course, everybody is trying to be prepared in the opening and to don't spend a lot of time in the opening. What is actually opposite happening here for Antoaneta? But I'm sure she will make the good decision. So let's see. Next game, Mekchan Lilith playing against Nas Lina. So very interesting position we have here from the Sicilian. Yeah, a3, d5, bishop b5, bishop d7. One of the famous lines we have.
Oh yes,
On the
I'm
board.
sorry, I just double checked because I was not so sure. Not wanted to bring the wrong information, as we have also Antoaneta on the screen.
Still.
She is in the parliament of Bulgaria
Bulgaria.
since 2021. She was elected there, and yeah, this is
Wow,
actually
that's nice.
very, very,
That's nice.
very big.
Yes. So next game, let's take it. Okay, what could we say about Chan Lilith? She's also very experienced chess player. Also played a lot of times in the Armenian Olympic team. So, what to say? For now, I can say just good luck. To wish her luck. Next game we have Hussein Erdenebayar playing.
We're just
against
getting the
Bulmaka.
information that we have only 10 cameras, 10 boards,
Mhm.
so we can just rotate to that. But can we just take a look to the one game Salimova, Nurgul? She has been a star to the previous World Cup, as she was the runner-up, and ever since she has won a lot of tournaments. Let's check it out how she's starting here.
Unfortunately, we have only 3 moves on the board.
Yeah, probably they have played more moves. All right, you know what? Let's just go back to the first board and check it out how Carissa Yip and Hannah Wilson are doing. We might also have a lot of updates there.
Let's take a look. Ip Carissa also, I think we forgot to say that she's also quite young.
Oh, she's actually very young, and also one of the strongest participants of all the tournaments in US,
Yes.
and she's always in top seats.
Top
She's
seats.
actually 21 years old. Yeah, and her birthday is September 10th, so she will be 22. And actually, her peak rating has been 2453, which is right now. This is the highest rating peak
So
she
she's
has
in the
ever
peak
had.
now.
Yeah, that's right.
This is a position what we have. Nothing special is happening for now. White's next plan could be just develop the pieces like bishop b2, d4, even d4 and bishop d3 also could be possible.
Yeah, I
on
just
the same
wonder,
time.
Valerie, if she is going to castle. She can castle on both sides after bishops are developed. She can castle long
I
sides.
think
she can
long
castle
will be already dangerous after a6 as black prepared b5 move.
Yeah.
So maybe long castle will be a little bit dangerous. By the way, the king could stay even in the
That's
center.
what I'm thinking.
Yeah?
That's what I'm thinking, to keep this king in the center and to play rook to g1 and to play
That you
g4.
love too much,
Oh, I
right?
like- oh,
G1
yes.
and G4.
I have won so many games in that setup, and
So
I
maybe
just love it.
G4 instead without rook G1 at all.
You can also do that
Makes sense.
if you want to give free pawn, because black can capture that. And in the blitz and rapid, yeah, why not? But here I think players will be a little bit more
careful.
But there is also another thing that very often you trust your opponent, who is actually higher rated, and in
It
fact,
happened.
Carissa Yip
It's
is
happened, yes. sometimes.
The winner of American American
see
Cup
on
in
video we
20, 21, 23, and 24. So she has collected all these titles
In a row.
in a row, almost in a row, and you just don't want to risk to capture the pawns like that.
Okay, so as we see on the screen, she already played the move, and that move is.
Yeah, this is actually a funny angle of the camera. The bishop e2. Bishop is in front of the. There is bishop b2 and bishop e2. Both of
Wait,
these
is
moves
this the
have been played.
correct board? Because the black pawn is on e4 on the screen, on the video.
Yeah, so let's just try to set up the position. After a6, we had moved, very likely we had moved bishop b2. And after
Then
that,
E5.
e5, bishop e2, and oh wait, there's a g4 as well on the board. Look
Really?
at that. Yes,
Oh wow!
there's a g4
Bishop
on the board.
e2 and g4, right?
Yeah.
And the white pawn is on d4. I think it's very interesting position there. But it's difficult to
Has black
say
already
for sure.
castled? I think there's
Yes,
also
there
a
is castle on the board.
Okay, there's a puzzle. We have to put it together before we get the moves updated.
So, for example, bishop b2.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop is on e7, the black bishop.
Yes.
Yes, it is. So, bishop e2, castle. No, not castle. First e5, d4, e4, knight d2, castle, and g4. I think this is the position. No?
I think that's the position. In fact, here white doesn't even need to play rook to g1
Yeah,
because
at
of
all.
bishop e2. You already
At all.
can.
More.
just
We can say more that after h6, for example, h4 and then g5, rook on h1 stays even better on the open file. later, yeah. It's quite promising position for white.
Yeah, we actually asked Carissa if a few questions before the start of the tournament, and one of the question was what advice she would give to herself before the World Cup,
Mm-hmm.
and her answer was actually quite funny, and
Yeah.
something that you would not expect from the professional chess
So
player
what she will advise to herself?
self before
Yeah.
the World
Yeah.
Cup. And she answered that she would advise herself to check the pairings
What?
because she had an experience when she prepared for the game. She arrived at the board and she thought she would play with black pieces, and she saw her opponent was seated on the black side, on the other side of the board, and then she realized
Was
that
it an
all the
open tournament
preparation
or-
was wrong. I think it was her first
Has
World
to
Cup
be.
experience.
Ah.
Yes. So guys, go ahead and
check your
it out.
pairings.
Yeah, check your pairings as well. Check the color. She said that it did not went bad for her. She still won the game, but there was the experience that she wants to never have again.
Yeah.
And you guys, we do have a lot of fun materials for you, fun videos for you. Make sure you follow FIDE social media accounts on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube as well. And you're going to have all the reels and fun interviews coming up from this tournament. And you will know more about the participants of this event. And well, this game is very promising to us. We might have quite sharp position. We will not say that the white has strongest attack on the king side. It's true that there is a pawn on g4, and this is quite a dangerous pawn. But the
Yes, but
center
the
is
biggest question is what to do with black next. I mean, where to play? Where to play? Because bishop on c8 is not a great piece. Also, playing on the queen side. Mostly in these kind of positions, black has to play on the king side, as they have the space advantage there. It is similar position to the French defense, but with the opposite colors.
Exactly.
And the black has to play on the king side, but in this case, playing on the king side is just almost impossible, because first of all, the white king is not there, and it could castle on the long side anytime. And second, they don't have enough power on the king side to create any troubles to the white. Why? Because they don't have enough development. The pieces are not improved. So I like white's position. It is much more promising here.
Exactly, yes. Black is now deep in thoughts. You can also see
And
the
look at
time
her. She's
control.
quite confident. No?
Yeah, she's just observing the games, just the situation. She has not spent that much of the time from the clock, obviously, because this seems to be her preparation still.
Could you please tell me or check if you don't know where is from Wilson Han? I mean the opponent of
Barbados.
Eagles.
Barbados.
Ah,
yeah.
Barbados. We were talking about
Yeah.
that. Yes. Wow. And what is her rating?
This
very
is very.
interesting to see.
We're gonna check that. In a
And
second.
how old is she also at the same time? It's very interesting.
Let's create the bio of her and check it out. So on her profile that she has on FIDE, it says that she was born in 2009
Mm. So she's 16 years old.
and she holds the FIDE Woman FIDE Master title that she got last year. And her rating in standard is 1934.
Very big difference. So to Carissa, the
Exactly.
difference is around 500.
500
It's too
points.
much. It's just too much.
500 points. But also we should mention that a lot of players from non-chess countries, their rating are way lower. That's their strength. Also, they don't have much of the tournaments
Yes,
to
of course, they
achieve
could
their
be
rating.
just underrated. On next game, we can check Gunina. Oh, unfortunately here I have the same position as it was half an hour ago.
Yeah, let's go to that game. We can just show and check out what is happening to the next board. In fact, we can actually just take our first break now, and when we're back, we can check all the games and current situation on all the boards. So, guys, we just started all the actions. This is the first round, first day here in Batumi, and we do have 2025 FIDE Women's World Cup. I'm Katie, this is Valerie, and we're coming back in a few minutes.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play. And beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
This summer, your next big move is waiting. The World School Chess Championship from August 2nd to 7th, Washington, D.C. Battle it out on the board and make new friends off it. Play hard, laugh louder, explore, connect, compete. 50 plus countries, one amazing experience. First time in USA. Incredible journey. Are you ready to make your move? Register your team now.
coming back to the first game of the 2025 FIDE Women's World Cup. Here we had already some of the exciting games that we have seen. And Valerie, I think we have to get back our chessboard and the playing venue and check it out. What updates do you have in
Let's
the
start
game?
with the first board. Ib Carissa against Wilson Hannah. It's a very interesting.
Wait a
things
moment.
happening
Is she
here.
just winning an exchange now?
C5 has to be done, but I don't think it's gonna help Black too much. Right? So let's take a look at the last games we had here. So this is how it was happening. Your lovely G4 happens.
Yes.
Then G5 also happens. Take on C3, take on C3, and unfortunately the Black Knight could not go anywhere else than on E8 in this position, because as it goes on H5 there is just a bishop staying and just capture the knight. White will be piece up, so Black is forced to play on E8. I think the move ago, Black should go on E8 immediately. Yeah, this is kind of we can even say the blunder, you know. Here knight E8 is much better, and there is no bishop A3 in that line. So for example, if the Black goes on E8 here, there is no bishop A3, of course, right? And the Black could capture on C3 anytime they like. Still, here after taking on D5, Black's position is quite tough and problematic. So in the game was taking on C3, take on C3, knight E8, and bishop A3. This is a current position that we have. Now the rook on F8 is hanging. This is that great bishop.
Amazing bishop,
that
especially
we have a
when
lot
there
of
is
stories and reels about this kind of bishop
hitting
that is
through
hitting
line.
from another board.
Exactly, that kind of bishop actually. And also, if you trade this bishop for the rook, it will be so difficult for Black to seek for some kind of compensation, because basically
There is
White
no-
is not really damaging any dark squares after
The
trading
only
the bishop.
good that the Black could get is the pawn on G5. And they're gonna have the pawn for the
For the exchange.
for
yeah.
the exchange. yes.
Exactly.
So let's
Very
consider
important
C5
decision
maybe.
for Black to give up the exchange or to give up the pawn on C5. After this
still,
move,
here
you
after
can
taking
actually
on
take.
D5.
I'm thinking, yeah, you can take on C5, but to take on D5 is even better, because now C5 is still pinned. You cannot, if you take the pawn takes D4, queen takes D4, and again the rook is trapped, and you lost the pawn, and you will also lose the exchange. Valerie, I'm thinking that instead of going to C5, maybe it's time to give up the exchange,
Yeah,
get
I'm
the
taking
G5
the
pawn,
G5 pawn.
and look
Here
for
is
some
also a
kind
very
of
interesting
compensation.
thing in this case of, I mean, if the Black will play, for example, something like knight. If they move the knight from D7, we can capture on C5 even with the queen. There is a checkmate.
Oh, look at that.
Checkmate hanging on the same time, not just an exchange.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Some interesting information about Carissa Ip. She is 2 days rating favorite. We have her on the screen. In this tournament, she is seeded 22 according to the standings. And in fact, she has achieved a lot things in chess. We know that. And one of the interesting things is that she is youngest female player who defeated Grandmaster, and she was only 10 years old when she won her game against the Grandmaster. We know that right now she's 23 years
You
old.
mean Grandmaster or women Grandmaster?
Grandmaster.
Just Grandmaster.
At the age
Wow.
of 10.
Wow.
So
That's amazing.
yeah, that happened actually in 2014 New England Open. She defeated Alexander Ivanov, and she broke the record as the first female chess player who beat the Grandmaster at the age of 10. She's also
That's amazing.
3 times USA champion. We mentioned about that. 2021, 2023, and 2024. Those were the years she won this title, and also she's youngest female international master of USA, and she achieved the title at the age of 16.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, and that's not all. Actually, there are lots of more things about her. Obviously, for instance, the previous Olympiad that happened in Budapest, she had amazing performance, 10 out of 11 on the second board, and she even got the gold medal, individual gold medal, presenting USA women's team. And the final and the most important one, I think the recent one, is that at the 2025 Koreans Cup, she not only won the whole tournament, got the title, but also she has achieved her first Grandmaster norm. And on top of that, she also got $65,000 USA as the first prize. So she's having a very good tournament. She has achieved her Grandmaster norm, first Grandmaster norm. She got another title, and here we have her on the first.
That's amazing. By the way, we have the new moves here. So, Wilson Hanna decided to capture on G5, as we said, and Carissa played long castle. She didn't capture the rook on F8. Long castle, later was Queen F6, so we understood the point of Queen F6 as it is hitting the pawn on F2, wanted to capture it, and on the same time Black wanted to block this diagonal with the knight, and the bishop could not capture the rook on F8 anymore, so maybe it is already the time for Carissa to capture on F8, because later Black could play just knight d6, as I already said. So maybe take on F8. Black also has to capture. Seems like knight F8 will be better to open up the diagonal for the light square bishop to develop it later. And here maybe even F4. I think that's enough to have the big advantage for white. Why F4? Because the pawn on F2 is quite weak. And the queen is attacking that pawn, so I think F4 or even F3. F4 or F3, one of them. I think both works. Definitely white's position
nice
is with a big advantage. Only one pawn is not enough compensation, sufficient compensation for the being exchanged down. Next game, Juliana Evi against Tsolakidou Stavrova. We had here the King's Indian opening, and also we have a very standard and typical position on the board. With equal chances. It's very difficult to say much about this position. This is quite well known with the equal chances. I'll try to find out the more interesting battle on the board. Next board we have.
Can we just
go back?
Yeah, just keep here this position as well the player, and just to talk a little bit about the poll that we have on YouTube chat. Earlier we asked the question to our viewers if they think that we're gonna have the upsets today. I voted myself as well. I said yes. Why not? We all like to have some surprises. And so far we have 361 voters. And a lot of people are thinking, 68% thinks that there will be some upsets today. We're going to see obviously all of this throughout the day and the round. It is, yeah, people want to have some fun, I guess, with some updates. You guys,
and they don't care that somebody will be upset.
They don't care if someone will be upset. In fact, we also want to ask you, who are you rooting and who do you think gonna win the World Cup 2025? Let us know, guys, and we're gonna check it later on. As we do have 15 minutes delay to the broadcast, we don't really see the comments live, but we will eventually see your comments. And of course, make sure you guys that you press the button like on YouTube, so we have more and more people just to spread the word. We can talk a little bit about Stavroula, who is another rating favorite of the day. She is from Kavala, from Greece, and we know that there is a very famous open tournament in Kavala. A lot of players just love
it. It was even in my childhood.
It was, yeah, it has been for many years that the Kavala hosts the open tournament, quite strong open tournament. And talking about Stavroula, she has achieved the international master title back in 2018 and the grandmaster title back in 2016. Her peak rating was registered in December 2024, which was 2451, which is quite nice rating. And under 40, she is the world champion under 14 girls. This was back in 2013, and then later on in 2 years she became as well the world champion under 16. Then later on she has continued to achieve a lot of titles in the youth categories, and after that we have seen her also competing in the women's tournament. But there was the moment, Valerie, when she actually decided to study in US. We have this program for the chess players where they can study and also to be part of the chess team. And Stavroula was one of those participants who actually got the right to got the scholarship of the university in US, and she studied. And right after she finished her studies, she came back the same month. She came back to the professional chess. That actually happened about 2 years ago, and ever since she has been at the top seats of the women's tournament. So we can just easily say that she's one of the elite women chess players that wins a lot of international tournaments and the also FIDE events. For instance, she has played really, really nicely at the Grand Prix back in a year ago in Georgia, in Tbilisi.
Yes,
that was one of the
that.
first tournaments that she actually played after she came back from the university and from the studies. At the moment, she is the first seeded Greek player and 28 in the worldwide, and she is a tough participant. Very recently, she won actually the title of the world team, a rapid and blitz champion, together with the Indian team, and she was playing on the women's board. So I would say that if you want to bet on the chess players, Stavroula is one of those players that you would love to bet, because she is a very stable player, and also if you give her a chance, she will take it.
Let's go to the next board. Hotenashvili Bela against Cajita Esperanza.
Yeah, we saw this game a little bit earlier, and now at this point I cannot really recognize the first opening, actually, what happened.
Let's take a look. It was...
Yeah, A3 was the last move we saw.
A3, yes, we are talking about, we even set the plan for black bishop b7 and d5, what is actually happened in the game. Bishop f4, a6, a6 is kind of necessary, useful move, you know, because that knight b5 is hanging everywhere, so that's why a6. Queen a4, check b5, queen c2, e3, knight e4, bishop d3. This is the position. I think black is better here. First, because of the better pieces development, And on the same time, the black's pawn structure on the queen side is not so solid.
Yeah.
It's black to move now. Well, what to suggest for black? Knight G, taking on G3 does not matter. Which piece will take on G3 will be a little bit dangerous. First of all, black has to count here. Bishop takes H7.
Yeah,
Which I think works.
yeah. If you here play King H7, obviously King H8, obviously that's the game over very soon, because White will capture the knight with H pawn, open up the rook, and next move Bishop will move away, and there will be the
Just after
checkmate in
discover
few
check,
moves.
that's it.
Yeah, and if you get this king on F8, then we might have this kind of position where White will sacrifice the bishop to actually have a very strong attack on the king side. If we can show that after king to F8, yeah, knight to G3, bishop takes the pawn and king F8. Now after White takes on G3 and let's say G6, at this point the bishop is not even under attack, so White can just prepare the position even more and can play knight to knight F4. But at some point when you're ready, you can, yeah, you can actually just take bishop G6, give
Or
up this bishop for 3 pawns,
or just
and
taking
black's king is
immediately
exposed.
makes sense. Now let's check it. This, and this.
Coming up with rook to H7 next move, and checkmate threats on the
First
board.
of all, rook H8 check, forcing checkmate is hanging, right? Rook H8. I mean, for example, if the black will play some random move like knight D7, there will be rook H8 check, king E7, rook H7 check, king F8, and just a checkmate.
Very nice position for
Taking
White.
on G3 with the bishop also create trouble on H file. We are not winning immediately, but still the H file could be the problem. So maybe black will be forced to play H6. But still G4 is also the idea for White. Also, after H6 in these kind of positions, it is very important moment that we have a outpost on E5 with White, right? Which could face F6. And in case of F6, knight has to go back. But when H6 is already on the board, then knight E5 makes more sense, because after F6 there will be some knight G6 and knight F4.
Yeah.
And on the same time, what is the biggest problem? So, the problem for black is there is no counterplay.
That's
there
a
is
big problem. Yes,
yeah,
if you don't have a counterplay, that means that
you just need
the opponent has
counterplay.
one-sided advantage, which is not the best thing for the chess players that we know. Right now we have both players on the screen, and Bella Hotenashvili is a third player who is the higher seeded at this round. As we mentioned earlier, we do have 21 participants already qualified to the second round. So after first round, they will join the tournament and they will go ahead and compete. But at this moment, Bella is the third seeded in this round, and she is one of many grandmasters from Georgia. We are so proud that a lot of grandmasters, female grandmasters, are coming from our country, and she has achieved this title back in 2013, and that happened when she won actually the first stage of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Geneva with incredible performance, 8 points out of 11. That was her final grandmaster norm, and
That's a great result.
it was, I remember it was a great thing and huge thing. Back then, when she was playing in the youth championships, she was also the world champion under 16, and she has been the Georgian women chess champion for 4 years. And of course, we know that the Georgian team is quite strong, and they have won the Olympiad. They have won also the
World Championship.
World Championship. and also the European Championship multiple times. And Bella was the key member of this team that was winning all the medals and representing Georgia.
It was the heating system of the team.
Yeah, was that.
So she has advantage. Definitely white has advantage here. We consider taking on g3 already, which is very dangerous for black. And if not that, then what? That's a good question. So, shortly we can say that the white has advantage. Solid advantage. Next board. We have Ushanin Anna against February Jessie Nikki. Oh, very complicated position and very interesting things happen here.
That's what we wanted to have in this game, right? We were asking for a lot of sacrifices.
So after bishop e2, Jessie played knight h6, and Anna decided to capture it. Very nice decision. Of course, that makes sense always to break up the pawn range on the king side. The structure is just horrible for black, right? The pawn structure. They have already the islands here, but
on the other hand, there's also semi-open G file that black is
G file,
counting
and
on.
I think what is also very important, the dark squares later, as the black's dark square bishop. If it starts working, it will be a big power.
Yeah.
Queen d2, rook g8 castle, take on c5, take on c5. Okay, why Jessie did not capture with the bishop? Maybe she was afraid of queen h6. I'm not sure, because bishop c5 seems so more natural, no? Take with the bishop here, developing the bishop. I don't think that we have to be so careful with the pawn on h6. I'm not sure about that, because queen takes b2 is also very powerful. Now the bishop on e2 hanging, rook on a1 hanging. So white is kind of forced to play knight d2. And in this case,
Shall I take another pawn on c3?
taking on c3 or even long castle, why not? I mean, just why not? Long castle, and then taking on h7 will be very dangerous, as there will be the open files, gn and the h file on the king side, which gives to black a big initiative. So I still suggest bishop takes c5 for Jessie. It's very interesting what was Anna going to do in this position, but
It is very, very interesting with the plan of Anna. But look at the time situation. Anna has spent so much time. Now we can see that she has 38 minutes left for the rest of the moves. Once again, the time control is a classical time control. 90 minutes for the players. They have 30 seconds increment for each move, and after 40 moves, when they reach to 40 moves, they will have additional 30 minutes of the increment. But Valerie, usually the games are ending around 40 moves, either before 40 moves, like 2 moves before.
Or at least it is everything clear.
Yes, or it's everything clear. But personally, I'm looking forward to see the time scramble in this round, and we might have some exciting
so what does it
situations
indicate?
as well.
You know, when somebody is thinking too much, it means automatically that she does not feel comfortable, right? Because when you have easy life, you are not thinking too much.
Exactly. You guys, we do have 2 boards on the screen alongside with the player's camera, and please take into the consideration that the board we're using is the below one. We're gonna show here our commentary, and the live board is on the top. So white's last move is c4, that is indicated with the blue color, and now it is actually black's turn to play. At the moment, we can see Anna Ushanina coming back to the board.
I don't like the bishop on g7. I love it to stay on c5. Because first of all, what we can see easily, immediately, that bishop is blocking its own rook.
Yeah.
Right? So after bishop g7, rook on g8 is losing the sense.
I understand why Jessie played this move because it also keeps the eye on h6 pawn. So maybe she is
I think
not
she cares
comfortable.
too much
Yeah,
about h6
on a double
pawn.
pawns. You have double pawns, you can give up this pawn and you're gonna have still the pawn on h5.
Yeah, now after c4, it seems like white is getting some initiative. Why? Because taking on c4 is just impossible. After knight c4, when the queen moves somewhere, there will be knight d6 check. Does not matter where the king goes, the f7 pawn is hanging, which will be just crucial. So, after c4, black should not capture. And what to suggest? Maybe steal long castle and give up the f7 pawn.
That's a bit too risky to
Risky.
open the
That's risky.
king on the queen side, right? After c takes d5, e takes d5, you might have some moves like rook to c1 and pinning the knight.
Which rook? That's a question also that works always. Maybe this rook still, huh?
Yeah, I think from a to c1. And also
So the
we have to
problem
mention
is
the pawn
that
is
on
also
king
handy.
d8 there could be e6 or not. That's a question, by the way. e6 or not? Because if e6 makes no sense, then rook ac1 is not so dangerous. So we have to follow this line. e6, queen c7. Here we just take, and capture on d7 will be piece up. So it means that rook ac1 works well, as it is keeping the king on c8, doesn't allow to go on b8 and to be safe there. On the same time, pawn on f7 is hanging. It seems like soon Ushenina will be quite comfortable in her position here, because I love the position that white already got after c4 here.
Yeah, I agree with that. So far, black has to decide where the king should go. Should it stay in the center to
The
guard the
problem for
pawn?
black,
Should I castle?
Katie, was that they could not mobilize their pieces to create the connection between the pieces. So that's kind of, the rule, the simple chess rule, that it's not the best option to do one move on the queen side, another move on the king side, then again queen side, then again king side. You have to try to keep your pieces connected to each other, doing the main job. Here in this case, queen on b6 and bishop on g7. Again, I don't know why, but I don't like that bishop on g7 too much.
It replaced the pawn on g7, right?
Starting from bishop takes c5, it was much better to put the bishop there.
Yeah, well, this is his situation right now, and Jessie February has to make her decision against very tough opponent who has actually won this very tournament. In fact, Valerie, do you remember back in those days we had a different format, and the winner of the World Cup was crowned as the world champion. So Anna Ushenina is one of those players who won the World Cup and became the world champion in 2012. She defeated Antoaneta Stefanova in the tiebreaks, and she became the 14th women's world champion. We mentioned earlier that she is the first Ukrainian woman who won the world championship title. And besides the over-the-board chess, she's also quite good at the online chess. And she's the winner of the Women's Chess Championship in 2020. That was exactly the COVID time, in fact, that the online chess was very popular. And back to the over-the-board chess tournaments, she has won European Women's Rapid and Blitz tournament in 2024, and she is the European Women Chess Champion in 2016. And of course, alongside with the Ukrainian team, they have won a lot of medals at the Olympiads and the World Chess Championship tournaments with teams and the European Championship. So Anna Ushenina is the player who has achieved everything possible. She is the Grandmaster. This is the highest title, and she has a lot of experience, and she's a very tough opponent for Jessie February.
Let's go to the next game. Here we have Canino against Schuchman Anna. Look at the time of Canino.
32, almost half an hour for remaining. How many moves? This is move
13.
13. So they have to make more 27
27 moves. That's too much.
That's a little bit more than a minute per move, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So, what could we say about this position? Of course, white is quite comfortable. By the way, we were talking about that when we took on f6. Katie, you asked about the pair of the bishops. So black decided to don't give that bishop on c3, and they went back on f8. Let's see how it happens. So after taking on f6, this is how it happened. And bishop f8. Anna decided to save that bishop. Of course that makes sense to have the pair of the bishops.
Yeah,
And this is the position.
yeah, she kept this bishop on f8. This is another way to approach this position.
But still,
obviously.
the development, there's some problems with development.
It's
for
not
the-
only
for black.
also the development that bishop on c8 is stuck there, but also the coordination between the pieces. Queen is kind of stuck on f6, right? It's just like not very active, has like few legal move right now. Knight on e5 controls the whole position.
There's the bishop on
Looks
c8.
really nice. Look at this
Could
bishop.
not
How
go
this
anywhere.
bishop gonna stay a spotlight? You cannot develop the bishop on d7 right now. Two of white pieces are hitting this square.
What about b6? That could be interesting. Yeah, because now or later we have to develop the bishop, right? So that's why maybe b6. Seems like dangerous, definitely. I agree if somebody will say that, but
Yeah, there is this line, Valerie, that maybe we can see. Like, let's say knight to c6, forcing to trade the pieces. Knight takes c6, queen takes
is
c6.
it forced?
You can play
Yes.
bishop to d7, actually.
Makes more sense. No?
Yeah. And this knight might struggle. Like, you have c
Yes,
takes
but
d5,
what about
pawn takes
this?
d5.
this? And then nothing.
Well, we have something. Knight
What?
takes d7, bishop takes d7,
Yeah.
knight takes d5, hitting the queen. You are giving up.
A4.
Yeah, and you are losing the piece.
Yeah, just piece down.
Yeah.
So after b6. Okay, first of all, of course, white could play just bishop f3.
Yeah.
In case they want so, they can play bishop f3. But we're just looking for more. After b6.
We're looking for problems.
Yeah, always. Yeah. That
Yes,
queen
quite
on f6
comfortable
doing one
position.
job. Now we realize, right, that we could not capture on c5. The knight
Yeah.
is hanging on e5. Knight g4 also. I don't think that it makes any big sense to put a knight on g4 and then take on c5.
You know what? Let's just follow this line. I play bishop to f3, hit the pawn on d5.
So bishop b7 most
Bishop
obvious.
b7.
But knight d7.
Knight
is there.
d7. Now the bishop lost
Oh
control.
no, that's a
Queen
big
is
sense.
hanging, and the
That's a
queen
big
has to
sense.
move away. And now I can take the c5 and win the pawn.
Yes, that makes sense, of course. Note here, taken on c5, it will be bishop c6. For example, if we take here, it will be bishop c6.
Maybe first we have to take on d5.
Okay, so one more time. b6, bishop f3, bishop b7,
Knight
knight
d7.
d7, queen g5. So first take on f8 or d5.
I was thinking to take on d5 to trade
Okay.
this pawn.
Is it changing much? So for example, this.
So we saw that
And what?
taking on c5 will not work because bishop plays on c6
Yes,
and attacks.
still it will be the
Yeah.
same. So that's why. Maybe take on f8 first. King takes f8. King takes f8 because we don't want to take with the rook, as rook on d8 is already well developed. I don't think black has any special troubles here. So, for example, maybe this makes sense.
Oh, I love that move to hit an pawn on c5.
And the knight a4 is
knight
coming.
a4 is another move later on.
Oh, that makes sense.
If you push c4, that blocks your pawn structure,
Yeah,
and then
after
white can just
c4,
play
there
rook
is an outpost
d4.
on d4, the b3 we can push anytime. The bishop on b7 is forever, the bad bishop. So,
Yeah, we asked
c4.
viewers if we'll have any big upsets today, and a lot of people voted for yes, and it's growing and growing to 70% right now. You guys, we have 400 votes so far. Go ahead and let us know what you think, but there is a big chance that we're going to have
Could we
upset.
identify what does it mean, upset?
Upset means when the lower rated player wins the game or makes a draw.
So what you want me to say, that the lower rated player, when she's losing, she's not upset? I think the vote has to be 100% because somebody will be upset for sure.
For sure,
It could
yeah.
not be all draws on the
will be-
43 boards.
Exactly.
Somebody will be upset.
Exactly. We're gonna have yeah. Wait a minute. Is there Irina crush on the very
Yes,
end of
it
the
is on the
tournament?
right
Let's check
side,
out how
yes.
she's doing. She is actually quite title chess player, another grandmaster. Our colleague as well, commentator, and at this tournament she is playing the event, and we know that she loves to visit Georgia. I hope she enjoys her time here, and I know that in fact when she has the holidays, very often she
Okay,
just
I
comes
can
to
say
Georgia.
one secret about her.
Oh, tell us. We like secrets.
She even knows Georgian. Yes. And she reads the Georgian stories
Yes.
on Georgian language.
I know, yeah. She
That's
knows
cool.
a lot of Georgian songs and
Yes, that's
poems,
cool.
and she can read in Georgian. This is quite impressive.
So this is her game. She's playing against Rhoda Esa Alserkal. Unfortunately, we don't have another view to take a look closer to her board, but we still see her from distance. She's with black. She's with black color.
And she's going queen to d6.
Yeah, last move is
Just
queen
play
d6.
that move. Well, guarding the pawn on e5, also keeping the eye on knight on f6.
And getting the queen out from the pin, yeah, because for example it was white to move here after bishop g5, it will be a very dangerous pin there, a very dangerous one. So that's why Irina played queen d6. I don't think that bishop h6 will be dangerous for black. As knight h5 attacking the queen, and on the next move black will just capture the bishop and black will be piece up. Another point of queen on d6, it is stopping bishop h6, doing multiple jobs. So queen d6 is a quite good move.
I like that move.
Yes, but still I don't like the pawn structure on the queen side, that the black has the islands on c6 and a6.
That actually gives some opportunity for the rook to get on b file and start to annoy also white's queen side.
Yeah, but once white could play b3, so for example when the rook goes on b8 to attack this file and the pawn on b2, once white can play b3, and I don't think that there will be a big troubles there. So position is actually, it seems like easy, but it's quite complicated,
Right, we have Irina crush on the camera. She's just leaving the board, and she's in her favorite leather jacket. We know that she likes to wear that. She's quite mysterious persona in the chess world. We just mentioned that she speaks almost fluently and reads in Georgian, which is it's a talent for non-Georgian speaker. It's something amazing because basically only Georgians speak our language.
This is what I wanted to say. This is a language where you can talk only in Georgian.
Yeah, yeah, it's a kind of secret language. I love to speak among like foreign friends because with my Georgian friend because they have no idea what we're talking about and there's no any similarities to any other word.
Absolutely.
And we are so proud of our language, which is one of the oldest languages. And we're so happy to see someone who can speak Georgian so well.
Yeah.
Besides that, Valerie, she is actually quite titled chess player.
Too much. She's
and
very experienced.
she has won 8 times USA Chess Championships, 2 times American Cup, and she is the first woman who earned Grandmaster title. And because of that, last year she got the great prize, $100,000 US for being the first grandmaster, female grandmaster who achieved the title. And she's the first person, you know, for all the American girls
Yeah.
and the chess players who is just, you know, going to this path and giving the opportunities for
Yes.
the rest of the young
And
players.
motivation. Motivation
motivation.
for the young players.
And also, you know what's so funny? What I really love to about her, about Irina, she's a very interesting person. She loves to read a lot of books and a lot of stories. And besides chess, she also gets a lot of like puts herself into a lot of challenges. She appeared twice that I know, maybe even more times, at the TV shows. And one of the TV shows that she appeared was to guess who is the woman grandmaster, and there were like 3 women. Irina was there too, and people had to guess who is the
Chess grandmaster.
chess grandmaster. That's really nice, a nice show. I think the video is still on YouTube, guys. If you are curious about that, go ahead and look for it. And another TV show she appeared was last year, and she won the prize to travel to Australia.
Oh.
She was 1 month in Australia and had amazing adventure there. So I just love Irina so much. Besides the chess achievements, she's also a very interesting persona and
Yeah.
very nice person. to talk
Absolutely
to.
agree. By the way, we are absolutely the same generation with Irina, and we are playing the world. And by the way, the European Championships also, because as I remember, she was born in
1983.
in ex-Soviet Union.
Yes.
In
Odessa.
In Ukraine,
Yes.
Odessa.
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
Yes.
that's true. So
And
I
her peak
remember it
rating was
correct.
2,502 in October 2013.
Yeah,
And that's
correct.
that's the year where she got her grandmaster title. too.
Okay, I think we can go to another player.
And she's coming back. We talked about
Oh,
her, and she's
okay,
just
okay.
coming back now.
But she's too far away. Okay.
Yeah.
It's quite far away. Now we know that this is Croatia Arena, but maybe the spectators could not identify her
Yeah.
for such a
So three
from
boards,
such a
3 boards away
yeah,
from us.
such a long distance. She's the third one in the last board there. So okay, let's go to the game. Mohamed Zaki against Maltsevskaya Alexandra. They have almost the same time on the clock. Let's take a look how it was happening until now. So Mohamed Zaki decided to go to the sideline of the theory with the e5. I mean c3 from the beginning, and then e5. And they have played isolated pawn. Oh, that's interesting. b6. Was it necessary? Actually, in isolated pawn positions, when you are playing against the isolated pawn, trading with the pieces is absolutely okay. So that's why Maltsevskaya decided to play b6 here. Allows white to play knight c6 and capture the bishop, but still knight on e5 also was quite strong piece. So Alexandra is absolutely okay to trade that knight on her bishop on e7. And later we have this position on the board.
Yeah, look at the pins we have on the board, right? White has played queen to f3, auto pinning the queen knight themselves
Yeah,
because the
seems like
bishop on
pin
b7 is
forever.
very strong. Yeah, look, it's so funny looking position. Also, white has this bishop on h4, which pins the knight and the queen on e7. Seems like a double-edged position, and in this case, I think the side that favors all the situation might be the one who has a pair of bishops.
Yes. Also, that pin makes a very big sense. You know that black could not solve that question connected to that pin. I was just thinking how to get out from that.
Yeah,
pin.
Valerie, you know what? We can actually here pass the move and just see the whole situation. If we just play a move like rook to c8, rook to a to c8, and now white can actually go ahead and take the knight on f6. When knight takes back on f6 and opens up the diagonal, there was a joke.
I want just to make the mark there.
Yes, the arrow. Yes.
He's decided to capture it.
You know what? Actually, sometimes this kind of moves actually happens on the board. So sometimes we're
Yeah.
just,
I
the
don't
brain
think
is
that
turning off.
yeah, I don't think that the white should do this.
And the point here is that you can take the knight on f6, and queen cannot take it back.
Yes, that's
because the bishop is hanging.
For sure, because this is hanging.
Yes. So this actually
sure.
forces black to double the pawns on f6.
I don't think
And
it will
after
be
queen to
dangerous,
g3,
you know.
king has to move away. But the thing is that white has not enough pieces to attack. Maybe this doesn't look that much dangerous as it would be in the other scenarios. But anyway, should be something to consider here, like queen to g8.
But I think it's enough to do the draw for white,
Yeah.
for example. Yeah, because queen g3. Now on king h8 it will be simple queen f4,
Queen
and the
h4,
h6 pawn is hanging. So king has to go back and check again. So if the black goes on f8, it still will be queen f4. What
Wait
happened
a
there?
minute. She just played our pass move. We just suggested this move to pass the move order to white, and she just played rook to c8. That's very interesting decision.
So what I like here for white after rook a8, Katie, is just to play rook d1 and put the bishop on b1 later.
Valerie, when we have this kind of time, like tournament format, where you have two games against one opponent, do you think white should take this draw now and trade the pieces, or do you think that white should keep playing and try to win with white pieces?
Okay, here also we have to mention the ratings of the opponents, right? And also another important part of this system is that some of the players, Katie, playing rapid very well. I mean, they love to play a rapid game. So in that case, they are okay to do draws with any color.
We do have players like that who actually had this kind of strategy to make two fast draws in a classical game and to go to the tie breaks because they are confident as they are playing well rapid time format. You know what? We're gonna see the decision of white pieces. We do have Yana Mohamed Azaki from player who qualified from Africa, the continental sports event, and she's playing against very experienced, very strong player Alexandra Maltevskaya, who, by the way, had birthday yesterday. And she turned 23 years old. We congratulate her and we wish her all the best and a successful year and the life ahead. You guys, we're taking our second break right now, and we'll be back with more updates and hopefully some of the time pressure already on the clock. Don't go anywhere. We will be back shortly.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. playing with fire, playing with heart, playing with emotions, playing as strong as any man can play, and beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
We are here in Batumi and I'm walking on this snazzy red carpet which leads to the entrance of the opening ceremony of the FIDE Women's World Cup. We've got a band playing, we've got actors in chess suits. It's going to be a spectacle and we know Georgia knows how to put on a show. So here it is.
This summer, your next big move is waiting. The World School Chess Championship from August 2nd to 7th, Washington, D.C. Battle it out on the board and make new friends off it. Play hard, laugh louder, explore, connect, compete. 50+ countries, one amazing experience. First time in USA. Incredible journey. Are you ready to make your move? Register your team now.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play, and beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
Welcome back, everyone. This is 2025 FIDE Women's World Cup here in Batumi, Georgia, and we do have first round in progress. I'm Katie, this is Valerie, and so far we do have so many exciting games. Valerie, is there any game that stands up for you?
It's difficult to say. Difficult to say. I think it's good to go directly to the positions to take a look at what's going on there.
Yes, and the first game is the rating favorite of the round. This is Carissa. If you just join us, I will remind you that 21 players have already qualified to the second round, and they will be joining us in 3 days. And Carissa is the 22nd seeded player, so she has now the first board, and she is playing with white pieces. I see that the rook has been gone. She seems very comfortable with extra exchange on the board.
Yes, and it seems like she played f4 or f3. Let's take a look. We are suggesting that move. So take on f8, take on f8, and f3. Yes, this is what we are talking about. f3 or f4, both of them is okay. Then black capture, rook f1, another useful move, pinning the pawn, activating the rook. In the game, queen e7, bishop f3, bishop e6, and c5. Okay, the position is very solid. I mean, the advantage very solid for white. Next could be e3, e4. Yeah, pushing the pawn also. Why not? To open up the position, as the white has extra exchange, they can use the power of the rooks while the files will be open. We see on the screen some moves happened. So queen e7 and bishop d1. Let's take a look.
Bishop d1.
a5 and bishop d1 here. Yes.
She is rotating this bishop on c2 probably to look on the king side, but also this is the way you can stop a4 happening. In case of black plays a4, you just capture this pawn and the bishop supports the pawn, so there's no way to open up the a file for the rook. And the king side, queen side attack where the king is castled will be stopped.
Clear advantage for white. I think the extra words is not necessary in this position. Bishop stays on c2 later, rook stays on g1, and all pieces are doing the job. Also, in case white need to push e4, they also will be ready for that easily. So as we see, Carissa has a huge advantage. The second board, I think it's okay to go to the second board. Here we have Juliana Evi against Tsolakidou Stavrola. You see, there was a very big time difference. Now it's not so big.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, it's not even 10 minutes time difference, and these two players have to make still about 21 moves to get the time control. 30 minutes, additional 30 minutes on the clock. But they have queens off the board, and somehow when the queens are off the board, you feel the tension is off. But we do have all the minor pieces, all the rooks are remaining on the board. So basically, it was one pawn that has been exchanged and the queen only.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, the position is very close to equal. It's mutual play, I believe so.
And here we have the close-up of the
This is Juliana Evi, right?
Yeah, that's right, with white
Where
pieces.
is she from? It's interesting.
She is from Indonesia.
Indonesia, with the rating, what can be the rating? It's very... So she got qualified from Asia, right?
That's right. She
find out that information.
She has qualified from Asia, and her rating, the FIDE rating, is Wait a minute.
1900.
1937, and she is 23 years old, representing Indonesia.
As I see, she's not qualified from Asia. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, anyway, I will consider the position. So last move was knight b6 from Stavrola. It's easy to see that she's using the dark squares, putting the knights on b6 and c5. You see both of them are on the dark squares. As taking on c5 will be just crucial for white. It will be a big advantage immediately for black, because dark squares will be a big trouble for white. I believe Juliana will never do that. From other side, after knight b6, black is planning to develop the bishop, like putting it on e6, to create the pressure on c4 pawn. That's also true that white can play b3 anytime they wish. So that's why the position is, we can say easily that it is equal. Why? Because the white knight on c2 is doing the great job. So we already mentioned that the dark squares makes a big sense in this position. White has to support the dark squares. So they have the dark square bishop. Also the knight on c2 is a very lucky position for the knight, controlling all dark squares around the center and the queen side, and nothing gonna attack the knight on c2. So it is doing the great job. White doesn't have any troubles. Also black also doesn't have any troubles, of course. Actually, the white is the side who is equalizing the game here. The black is not the side who is doing that. So this is a very important part, by the way, in the human chess, that equal position, but the position can be equal, but it is a very important and sometimes decisive part, that who is equalizing. Because when somebody is equalizing, it means that she has to solve some problems, and solving the problems is giving the extra chance to do some mistakes. So in this case, white is equalizing, but I don't think that they have a big troubles here.
Yeah, seems like quite
Knight on c2
slow
is a
game so far.
very flexible piece. You know, knight on c2 is just tapping all black's ideas everywhere. I mean, controlling all dark squares on the queen side and in the center.
You know what I see this game going to? They will play long game. They will
It will
just
be a long game,
lower
yeah.
the time on.
Or maybe they
1
agreed on
minute or
draw,
two.
you know, somewhere. Could be
And-
also. But I don't think
No, I
Stavrola
don't
will be
think so.
ready, yeah?
No.
To agree.
No. Stavrola will try her best, and
Till
this
the
is
end,
kind of
till
her
the
style
end.
to, you know, play very long
Also,
game.
position is not risky for black at all.
Yeah, earlier you asked me
About
how
Juliana
Juliana
Ivy, yeah.
qualified. She is one of the 34 players that was nominees of the national federations.
Oh,
So we do have a lot of ways to qualify to this tournament, to the World Cup, and one of the ways is that the federation can nominate a player, and it seems like Indonesia has nominated her into this event. To be honest, I know a lot of Indonesian chess players. Some of them are very good friends of me. I know one of the best Indonesian player, Irene Sukandar. She is a very tough player, already having 2 grandmaster norms. She could not participate in this event, and perhaps the federation has the spot for a younger player. They choose the
what's
the
the
younger
birth
player.
date? Her?
As I
How
remember, she was
how young she is?
She's 23 years old. 23 years old. 23 years old. And here we have her at this event. What a great opportunity for a player like
Exactly.
her. She's 1900 player. We mentioned about that, but It is worth to mention that at the chess tournament, another motivation is not only to represent your country and to travel abroad and to discover new culture, but also to have some financial interest. And we talked about the prize fund. In the first round, all the players are guaranteed with 3,750 USA dollars. Even if you lose and got kicked
Not
out
bad
from the
at
event,
all. Not
you are
bad at
getting
all.
this amount of the
Mostly
money.
for the beginners, for whom it is a first experience, when they don't have such a high pressure. You know, every chess player has a feeling when he's playing the chess tournament, he's thinking about the prizes, right?
Oh,
And when
absolutely.
you have the guarantee prize and you are like first in that tournament, it is a first experience. It is just helping you too much with motivation also, and you know it is kind of compensation if you lose the game and you throw out of the tournament. It is kind of compensation, not kind of, it's very good compensation.
It is very good compensation. Another thing, this can be a very good investment for their own preparation, because we know that a lot of players are here with their seconds and the coaches, and to compete against a very strong opponent who also has extra help of the coach who prepares the games. Uh, some underdog players don't even have any chance, right? So if you know that you have guaranteed almost 4K USA dollar, you can invest in a good coach who can
Of
help
course.
you at least
To
for
get
the,
you more.
Yeah, yeah, to get the more. And in fact, the round two, we're gonna have fewer players actually, and they will be guaranteed 5K if you
Yeah.
qualify to the
Yeah.
second round, which is pretty nice.
So until we are considering the age and the reason Juliana Evi is playing this tournament, we have some moves here, some expected moves that we were talking about. This is b3 from white, bishop e6 from black, but I don't agree with knight e1 at all, because just imagine, Katie, I was talking so much about this knight and suddenly it went away on e1.
What's the idea of that? Is that
Knight
knight
d3 to trade the pieces,
Yeah.
but you know what? Knight on c2 was a very useful piece. So usually we are saying that trading the bad pieces, your bad pieces on the opponent's good pieces is good, but we have to identify what does it mean, bad piece and the good piece. When it stays actively and it is like beautiful, or it is doing the actual job. So knight on c2 was not so active, but it was doing a lot of defensive job. So moving the knight from c2, even if you trade that knight on c5 knight, I don't think is the best option, because again, knight on c2 was a very good defensive piece, a very good defensive piece. Later, the dark squares in this game could be the problem for white.
Yeah, exactly. That's a very good point, actually, to know exactly, to detect good and bad pieces and then to work
It's
on
kind
that.
of logical thing now. So the black knight on b6 is not doing anything anymore. So for example, somewhere when I play knight d7 with the black, and you'll try to trade my knight on c5, I will do just a random move for black. And you trade the knight here. Okay, another knight goes there. So it means that from the original position, the white is trading c2 knight on b6 knight. And tell me please, which knight is better?
Yeah.
Knight on b6 is doing nothing, and knight
Exactly.
c2 is doing the
Holding
best
the
job.
position, yeah.
Best job in white's position. Yeah, so knight e1 is kind of doing the black job. Stavrola will try to use it. Of course, she will play. She could play the move like knight bd7. It's absolutely obvious move. Black has just. I mean this move. Yes, knight bd7. Black just have to be careful and accurate, and they could get the advantage in this game for sure. Let's go to the next game.
Let's do that.
This is Bella Hotenashvili against Kaxita Esperanza. Somewhere when I'm gonna have the chance, I will ask this player how to pronounce correctly her last name.
Yeah, we have a lot of interviews coming up. Our team is working on this social medias. You guys can look at FIDE social media platforms and make sure that you follow because you will get a lot of interesting stories from the event, and maybe she will be one of our guests.
That
who
will be really
interviewed.
interesting for me for sure.
All right, what's the position? She didn't take the bishop on g3, which is a really good decision. Obviously,
Yes, but
not
from
to-
other side, the queen side pawn structure became really weak.
And I remember this was kind of thematic topic about the bishop on b7.
Yeah.
We're saying that this bishop is a bad bishop, and because of that, white might have a slight advantage because you have extra piece actually
Yes.
for the play, and white has very comfortable semi-open c file. You have the rook there. Valerie, I'm interested how white will continue this position. What will be the plan?
That's a good question. First, what I was thinking about was that somehow to block the c file with knight d6 with black here. But in case of knight d6, it is, I think, very obvious to give that bishop on d6. And after queen takes d6, there will be the problem forever with the c5 square here. That will be the weakness for forever. And if black captures with the pawn on d6 instead of queen takes d6, then the d5 pawn will be the problem. So, for example, here even taking on g6 could be considered, but just castle, and d5 pawn is a problem forever also. Oh, we have a move. We have a new move already. This is c6. Yeah, c6 is kind of adding more troubles. Okay, we understood that black is trying to be solid, but it will be very difficult to survive in this game. It will not end up soon, that's for sure. It will be a long game, but without any, unfortunately, without any counterplay for black. It is like the position where white can do whatever they like. The position is like this.
Yeah.
I think short castle is kind of time to do, but after short castle there is knight d2. Oopsie.
Nice one.
Yeah, and just
Kind
exchange
of
down.
just castle, yeah. Look at that.
It's not the best option to be the exchange down. On the same time, f3 is not possible because of knight takes g3, h takes g3, and rook takes e3. So white has to decide the problem connected to the castle, but it's not a big problem. Yeah, for example, rook c2 could be done anytime. Rook c2 and then short castle, and later improve the pieces step by step. So we can say that it is a huge advantage for white. Also, we can add that it will not be the short game because winning this position is not so easy if you want to do it quickly. Of course, quickly it's not possible, but white is with the best chances here.
Yeah. Oh, black just played this.
Yes,
Yeah.
c6,
Look
last
at the
move was
pawn
c6.
structure.
Yeah, it's like I'm staying and I think I'm solid, and let's see how you're gonna beat me, but that's not the best option, you know. Of course, it is much better always to look for the counterplay. So c6 means that it's kind of signation, you know, that, okay, I don't need any counterplay, I just stay, and maybe I will survive. That kind of strategy sometimes works, I agree, but it's
Yeah.
not the best option.
Valerie, do you know what I feel here? What I can do besides castle and to prepare the castle as you were suggesting to c2, but also to play something like knight to f4, and look for some trades of the pieces. Like if you trade my knight, then I will play bishop f4, and then I will play f3, kick the knight away, and then later on I will break through
h4,
the
even
the-
h4 is okay, and staying with the king on f2.
Yeah, but if you take the bishop on g3, this
That's
doubles
horrible.
my pawn. That's true. But
Yes,
you
but
have to
that
be
pawn
aware of
structure
the,
became
yeah.
even better. You know?
This is such a nice pawn structure.
Now g6 knight is hanging, and if the knight takes, then
Yeah, I'll
h2
take
pawn
again.
becomes to f4 pawn.
Exactly, and to compare the black's pawn structure and white's pawn structure, we have a clear favorite. White is more active,
Yeah.
gets more space advantage, and does not limit the light square bishop. They are all of them on the dark squares, opposite of the bishop.
Yeah.
And the black bishop and the white bishop, to compare them, also we have a clear winner, which is white's d3 bishop, and can team up with the queen, something like bishop to b1 to come back and to open the square for the queen, queen to d3
That will
to
be
build up the battery. That's
Extra,
gonna be really
extra
good.
trouble for black. Yeah, and the biggest one, or the biggest problem for black's position is that, again, future. It's difficult to see the future somewhere. I mean the counterplay, right? So even if you imagine, sometimes the chess players are imagining, right, which pieces to trade to make your life better. So in this case, black should trade every piece, to
Yeah.
solve the problem, and the pawn's endgame maybe will be draw.
Yeah.
All other end games will be problematic for a while.
Exactly,
for black.
but the problem with the plane is that white will not take the bishop on b7 for sure.
For sure,
Yeah.
it's even impossible if they want so. how to get to that? Okay, yeah, the advantage is quite big for white. Next game here we have Ning Isabel against Gunina Valentina, and what
Whoa, what is
interesting
happening
position.
here? Valentina Gunina with black pieces, she is trying to
Survive?
to defense. But look at the time situation. Is this right? 56 minutes for Gunina.
And 3 minutes for Ning.
for me.
Could we find out the information about Ning, because she
Absolutely.
looks
I'm
like
on
a
the
very
mission
young.
to do that.
She looks very young.
But Valerie, what is the situation right now? How serious is the danger here
Oh,
for
you know
Gunina?
what? It was the black to move. It was
Okay.
the black to move. They are gaining the d6 pawn.
All right.
Black is gaining the
Oh,
d6
can I give a
pawn.
check queen to b8 and force the draw here? Because if you play queen to b8, king h7, then I have rook to d1 move. They were not repeating, right? Yeah.
Let's take a look. Queen b8. What about rook a8 check at all? King h7. And could we create any problems here to the king? So, for example, queen b8. But I don't think that it's problematic at all. Yeah, black will just capture on d6. It does not matter h8 or g8 check, just king g6. And black is just pawn up. That's not the best option for white. So on rook c6, I think Katie is right. Queen b8 check, and on king h7, we can play even rook d1. Here, of course, white doesn't have any troubles at all. So after rook c6, I just wanted to find out something better, but I can't for white. More than queen b8 check, and so queen b8 check, rook c8,
I can go queen to b4.
and now go to b4. But still, I mean,
What
where?
about rook to a7 to go to the rook endgame?
Yes, but what's the point? I mean, what is the point? I can stay from behind anytime, like in h2, and just from behind, black is not risking anything, right? Okay, just be real and say that the position is very close to draw.
And this
And
might
yes, she
be
played queen
a
b8.
big upset, Valerie.
Do you
because
think so?
Yes, because we have here with white pieces Ning Isabel Xu1, who is rated in classical chess 2000. And
From New Zealand.
she's from New Zealand. As I'm saying, we have so many players that we see for the first time in the World Cup, and this is such a great opportunity for us to meet new people. And Ning is also one of the nominees of the national federations that has been nominated for the tournament.
So, Gunina played king h7. She did not play what we were expecting. She played king h7. Rook d1 seems like an only move. Rook d1 for white seems like a only move.
To be played. I was thinking, Valerie, how about let's just say the analyze. Maybe it's not working, but very often you can get these heavy pieces on the back rank to start to give some checks, like rook to a8. How
Yeah,
dangerous this might
this
be?
I was already saying that just taking on d6 and there is no danger to king at all because it goes to g6 anytime. Just anytime she wants, she's going to g6. And there is not even check there, the single check. It's not about the attack at all. There is not even single check. So, Ning, Isabel played rook d1. Sorry, rook d1.
D1, yeah. 1 minute on the clock for Isabel, and she has to make still
Two moves.
2 moves.
Two
Okay,
moves
that's
is
just
okay.
too
That's
much.
okay. And in this kind of position when you can even play king h1. You know?
So what would you do, Valerie, if you are 400 rated points ahead of your opponent? Would you take a draw or would you keep going?
I will take a draw and forget that day. As soon as possible. But still, you know, okay,
Very
if she's
practical.
yeah, if Valentina is with white, then it makes twice, you know, the trouble. But with black, it's still okay. You know, I
Yeah.
don't think that the main point and the target for Valentina or such a kind of players in this tournament is a rating. The main point is just to pass that stages. And obviously, doing the draw, okay. I mean, doing the draw is okay. It could not be very bad ever. Doesn't matter who is the opponent. Draw is a result. You know, you have half a point.
Exactly.
Let's go to the next game. Ushenina against Jesse. Oh, wow!
Oh
Look
my
at
goodness, what is happening here?
this.
Who's playing what?
Just won the game. He just won the game. Yes, we said after c4 there, we like white's position, bishop on g7. Come on, no, that's not the place for the bishop on g7. Yes. Okay, what to say? The position is just hopeless. The position is just hopeless. The king is super weak. Pieces
What is
also.
is there any threat from white side here? Is there any like
Okay, first
final
of all,
move?
it's whites to move, and I believe they have a lot of options.
So the move like rook to c7 might not work to give up the exchange because
Not yet.
yeah, queen f4 and you still have not clear threat.
Yeah. Maybe take on d5 makes sense. You know, even taking on h7 is. I mean, just take the pawn. Just take the pawn on h7 also makes sense. Why? Because it's not just a pawn. I want to take on f7 also. Yes, the advantage is huge. I can even say that the position is almost winning for Anna. Next we have Kanina
Oh,
rule
wait a
again.
moment. I
Yes.
thought this camera was frozen because Jessie has not even blinked. Like she has a closed eyes. She's not even moving. But it's not a frozen camera. People are moving, right? Yes, people are moving.
Oh,
on the
at
picture.
least
Look at
Ushenina.
her.
Yes, no, she's also moving. She's clapping the eyes, no?
Really?
Yes.
She has closed eyes
Now,
for a
but
long
just
time.
pay your attention. She will.
Jessie.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. She's alive.
Wow, that was actually funny.
Yeah, we
Yeah, I had a
thought it
little
was
bit
frozen.
sad. Yeah, I thought at the beginning the camera was frozen. I was just quiet, cannot say anything about that. But then at some point, people were moving on the background.
Yeah, and Anna also was moving. Yeah, a little
Yeah,
bit.
you know what? When you're traveling from the long distance, very often, especially the small resort like Batumi is, there's not a lot of direct flights. And Jessie was
Remind me, please,
traveling
where she's from?
She's from South Africa.
South. Oh, that's the final point, from Georgia. It's the most I mean, the longest.
way.
Yeah.
But no, originally she's from South Africa, but she recently moved to Saudi Arabia.
Oh, that's much
And
closer.
she's coaching there. So
That's
yeah, but
much
still,
closer.
it's a quite a distance. And I had a bit of chat yesterday with her, and she was arriving late night yesterday because she had a delay
Yesterday.
with of the flight.
Oh.
So I don't know if she was just resting because she might not had enough time to sleep.
If it was
or
the
she was
red eyes
calculating.
flight, then she's still tired.
Or maybe she was just calculating. You don't necessarily need to, stare on the board to calculate the moves. You can just close your eyes and do the bad harmon thing.
But don't move at all. I mean, like even single thing.
That scared us.
Okay. So, okay, in total we can say that it's a very huge advantage for Anna in this position.
And she's doing it again, Jesse.
Oh, here we are. Here we are again. No, she's sleepy.
No, she's blinking. Oh God, we're making up some stories. She's blinking. It's okay. She's safe.
Anyway. Okay, finally, let's go to the next game. This is Kanina Rule against Schuchmann Anna. Yeah, the position is so equal. The position is so equal. Where is from this Kanina Rule? We didn't talk about this girl. Okay, I'm calling her girl because I see that she's 13 or 14 or something like that.
Yeah, looks very
Very young. Very young. Look at her, so lovely person.
Yes, she's very a lovely person and also plays quite well. So she was born in 2008.
17 years old, almost.
Yeah, which makes her 17 years old, and she's from Philippines.
Philippines.
And her FIDE rating in classical is 1974.
But she's fighting wall. Look at this. She's fighting wall. The position is not worse for white for sure. But still not better also. The position is very close to. I will not say even equal. The position is very close to draw.
And she is another nominee of the National Federation of Philippines. And we do have 34 players. Why I was not nominated as a player?
Or me
Oh, yeah.
in the Women's World Cup. So I wanted to
fair
say
question.
something. Yes. So here we have another upset from Schuchmann. I mean, she will be upset. How do you think? If she do draw. Being upset with black, I think still is okay, Doing the draw is kind of okay. Does not matter
Kind
the
of okay.
opponent's
I think
rating.
in this tournament, what you can do, you have to approach game by game. You cannot
Yeah,
plan the
sure.
whole scenario.
Just imagine the situation. You won the first game with the lower rated, for example, different in the rating is 500 points. And you won the first game, and in the second game, she's offering the draw immediately, in the beginning of the game. What are you doing? I think you have to be angry. Why not?
You mean like you have already...
Yes,
yeah.
you already won the first game.
So the question is if you want to, your goal is to go to the next round or your goal is to earn also. the
Yes,
rating
so
points.
which will be more correct in this kind of tournaments? It's just a question that is on my mind always.
Yeah.
What
that's
to
very
do?
good. I think like my personal approach, and I'm repeating that I was not nominated by my federation for the right reasons, is that I would take the draw, because this is a very long tournament. Obviously, any
have a rest.
energy is
Yes.
more important than your
Somewhere
rating
it could
point.
be decisive. Somewhere later it could be decisive. And okay, you are losing what? Max, you are losing 4 points, 4 elo rating points, right? When doing draw with a lower rated player, I think it's okay to do the draw. So with the same logic and strategy, we can say that even in the first game, if you are doing draw with black, it's okay. I mean, it's no dramas there.
Yeah, exactly.
Next game, Song Yushin against Kiran Manisha. Yeah, almost winning end game here. for Song. It's very interesting. Uh, what could we say about Song, Yushin?
Song is actually international master from China, and she is 19 years old. Quite impressive chess player, actually. I have seen her at many events, um, competing and winning a lot of titles. And in fact, she became women grandmaster and international master same year. That was 2023, and her rating in classical chess is 2410. Quite strong, powerful player from China. And somehow, when I looked at her for the first time, it somehow reminded me, like the character reminded me, Hou Yufan.
Yeah, yeah,
Because
looks like,
we were
yeah.
playing in the same age before she became grandmaster, obviously, and I should higher. And I kind of remembered her. They have kind of similar
How old is she?
similarities.
You said 21, or what did you say?
She's 19 years old.
19, yes.
19 years old, yes.
Quite interesting, so young and so strong with a high
24,
rating.
yes, and
That's nice. And she is winning her game. She is winning her game against Kiran Manisha Mohanty.
yeah, it's interesting that actually she has some big achievements as well. Like for instance, in Budapest Olympia 2024, she won the individual bronze medal on her board, which I think was third or fourth board.
It has to be fourth.
Fourth board,
with this
yes.
rating.
Yes.
Or maybe even the reserves.
And
Wow.
also she has won several medals at the Asian Championships and the World Youth Chess Championships. So quite young player and quite promising. Actually, second board. She got the medal at the Olympiad, bronze medal at the second
So
board.
she was playing on the second board.
Yes.
Wow. That's high responsibility
She
to
won
play in
5
the Olympic
games.
team.
And she won 5 games. She made 4 draws, and she has not lost any games. So
Wow.
that was a perfect.
Super,
Yeah.
super. On the second board, this is amazing result. So last move here was Rook B1. As I already told you, the advantage is, we can say, almost enough to win the game. But just consider if the black captures on E5, white could go back. Rook B5. Now, bishop is hanging and the pawn is hanging. Black is forced to make the choice, trade this bishop or not, but any of them is not promising for black. So for example, if black captures on d4, then c takes d4, and black still losing the pawn on f5 or on a5 as it is double attack. On the same time, we can say that if they support that bishop with f6, then it will be just rook takes a5. So it means that the black could not capture on e5. So if black could not capture on e5, then I'll tell you that rook h1 is also coming. Yeah, after rook h1, the h file will be a very important part of this position.
Yeah.
So, if the black decide to play rook h6 to control the h file on their own, then king e3 is very powerful, as it goes to f4. It goes to f4 attacking the f5 pawn. So that will be another extra trouble for black. Why king e3 not immediately? I mean, king e3 is not hanging here because the pawn on e5 is hanging. Why not king e3 one move ago instead of rook b1? Because there will be f6. And here is a pin. So that's why rook b1 is a useful move completely. Having the idea to control the h file, and on the same time, of course, on rook h6, there king e3 appears. A huge advantage for white. The move
Yeah.
happened there.
The move happened, and
Rook e8?
Yeah, rook to e8. Valeria, I have a question to you. I did a little bit research about the player with black pieces. We have Kiran Manisha Mohanty from India. Her current rating is 2006. And she's quite experienced as player. At this point, she's 36 years old. And I was thinking that Song Xiu is a clear favorite, rating favorite. But here's the situation that her opponent, Kiran Manisha Mohanty, has been 2300 player.
What?
Yes, she has been 2300 player. More, yeah, 2316.
In 2316.
No,
What
in
23?
2008 she was.
2008.
Yeah,
In 2008 she was 2316.
16.
So
And
17 years ago.
throughout the years, she lost quite a lot of rating, 300 points.
more than, yeah.
Yeah. So
What is
we
strange
have
situation?
this very, very interesting situation that we have one side 2400 player who's playing against 2000 rated player, but in fact she has been 2300. So this is her level.
So here is two options. Maybe she was overrated in 2008 or she's underrated now.
I think she's underrated now.
Maybe there is something in the middle. I mean, maybe she's not 2300 obviously, but she's a little bit less, but not also not 2000.
Well, the thing is that when you don't play chess actively, you are losing your rating. At this moment, I lost
but
100 points. So it's very
500?
likely.
What do you mean?
300.
300.
300, yes. She lost 300.
Yes, but from other side, if you are not playing at all, you are not losing also. So you have to play a lot to lose
To lose
300 points.
Yeah. That's actually true.
When you are playing the several tournaments a year and you are losing 100 points, that's understandable. That you can understand, you know. But to lose the 300, yeah, it's a little bit strange.
Very, very, very interesting. It would be very nice to have her as one of the interviewer.
Yeah,
to
that
us
will
to
be
know
very
more
nice.
details.
Yep. We can go to the next game. Okay, here we said that the advantage is huge, of course.
Can we take a look at the game of Alice Lee, who's another superstar from US? She's playing on the
Lee
17th
Alice.
board. Let's take a look.
I think here we have both of them very young ones, the opponents.
Exactly. We can talk a little bit
Unfortunately,
about
we don't have it on the screen because it's board 17. Yeah, we have only 10
but
boards.
we have the game, yeah, on the.
We have game. We
Okay.
have game. This is the position they have.
So Alice Lee is well known for the chess public and the
Yeah.
chess fans, and she is 14 years old as I know, and she's already quite titled. Chess player, has achieved international master norm, final norm 2 years ago, grandmaster norm also the same years, and she has always been at all the events, at the American events, at the American Championship or Currents Cup or even the American Cup. So we know her quite well, and her opponent is also someone very interesting and one of the youngest participants of the event. And she is from Sri Lanka. Good luck at it. You could pronounce her name correctly, but I'm gonna try it. What I'm losing, right? Gunavardhana
Gunavardhana
Oshini.
Devindia.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we
You
call
sound
her
better.
Oshini. I know her.
You know her?
Oshini. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
that's
Tell
it.
us more information about
No, I
her.
just know her like I know her name.
I thought you knew her as a chess
No, I know
player.
her because I saw her games in the World Youth Championship
Okay, okay.
from there.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know her in person.
Yeah, so actually, just a day before, Batumi was hosting another big event that you were attending to. It was a cadets event, right?
Yes.
So
But she was not there.
she was
not
not
this
there.
time. Not
Yeah.
this time.
Probably it would be too long for you. So actually, Oshini was born in 2012, and she is the third player from Sri Lanka who earned Women International Master title, and youngest ever from Sri Lanka who did that. And it is actually very interesting that in 2004 at the Chess Olympiad, Oshini scored 8.5 out of 9. That actually secured her team to get the bronze medal in the category C. Can you
Wow,
imagine
that's-
8 out of 9 at the Olympiad? This is
That's
crazy.
amazing.
This is
That's
crazy.
amazing.
Well, some years ago, 2 years ago in particular, Oshini won the World Cadet Chess Championship under 12 girls and became the first Sri Lankan player who ever achieved the medal at the World Championships. And of course, she has several medals at the Asian Women's Girls Chess Championship, and she is a proud member of the national
That's
team
amazing.
of Sri
She has to.
Lanka. And
Super.
I have to just shout out to my very, very good friend, who is also a very good chess player, Sachini Rana Singh, who texted me just a few minutes ago about her, actually, some more information, and she said that they are very proud of Oshini, and in fact, this is her second time to play at the World Cup.
World Cup already
Yes.
second time.
It's her
Wow.
second time.
So she's already experienced for this tournament, I mean.
Yes, and actually, the first time she played at the World Cup, it was against Hou Yufan, was it?
No, it will
No, it was
huh?
not.
No, it will be
Too many years ago.
yes. And she's only how
No. Sorry. What I'm talking about. My friend Sachini played against the first
Oh,
time
that's true.
in
Yeah,
the World Cup
that's
against
true,
Hou
that's
Yufan,
true.
and Oshini is the second player ever who has played at the World Cup.
Yeah.
So very nice to be here at this event, as we can see that some of the players are making the history of chess in their own country and hopefully worldwide. You guys, we're taking our next break, and when we will be back, we're gonna have some time issues on most of the games, and you don't want to miss this part because that's the most fun part. We will be back shortly.
This August, Washington, D.C. becomes the global capital of youth chess. 50-plus countries, one world stage. The World Schools Team Championship 2025, where strategy meets spirit, friendships are made, cultures are shared, moves are remembered. And alongside the tournament, something big is happening. Welcome to the Smart Move Summit, August 4th and 5th, 2025, right here in Washington. A global education conference exploring how chess transforms learning. Inspiring talks, practical tools, global ideas. From the classroom to the chessboard and back again. Chess builds minds, builds futures. 2 events, 1 vision, smart kids, smart moves, smart world.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember, the year of social chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
As we are coming back from the break, you guys probably saw on the video that one of the games has been finished and we have a result in the game of Anna Ushanina and Jesse February. We're gonna see how the game ended in this game. And meanwhile, guys, we do have chat on YouTube active, and please let us know who is your favorite in the FIDE World Cup 2025. And also we can go to the playing venue and check it out the video to see how many games are in progress and how many games are done. So far we don't have any updates of the moves, right?
Yes. We have Ushanina's game in progress.
And as
This
they
is the
have
first-
finished,
this is
so
the
we
first
don't
board.
have them on camera, I guess.
Okay, this is the first board. This is Ib Karisa against Wilson Hana. Oh, two different positions to compare to what we have on the screen. Here, our last move was knight d7, but we see on the video that the position is quite different. The white rook stays on a5, Katie. That's amazing. You see, what do we have right now, and what's after 15 minutes there? Rook is on a5. It's just even very difficult to imagine how the white rook got to a5. From
What was
this,
what was the shortcut?
from that position, what happened? So important that the rook is on a5. But what I see on video, the position is absolutely winning for white. I think so. I think so. What I have here on the screen here is also a big advantage for white, but I don't have the moves updated yet. This is a position after move number 25, knight d7. Hana played knight d7.
Very interesting. We're gonna receive the moves hopefully shortly on the digital board to check it out. How the rook ended up on a5. What was the journey? Because the position right now we have on
And
the
by
board.
by the way, knight on e2 is also very difficult to imagine.
The knight
I mean,
jump.
how many moves did they do in these 15 minutes? Knight is on e2 and the rook is on a5. Okay, that's a fact that white has a big advantage here in this position, in the current position. What we have on the board. King b2 is also possible here with the white. Like on knight takes c5, there is rook c1. Sorry, not e1, but c1. After king b2, knight takes c5 and rook c1. Later attacking the c6 pawn when the bishop goes. Also e4 is coming. What else could we suggest here for white? Maybe rook f4 and then king b2. No, I like king b2 move. Seems like king b2 has to be done.
All right, let's focus now on this one while we are fixing the digital board. And we clearly see the position, but also the time situation.
Yes.
And 4 minutes for Carissa. And we do have 3 minutes and 30 seconds for Hana. And as we can see, they are very close to the 40 moves. And right now
We are
also
updated.
have the position. So maybe you can check out what happened in this game.
So first of all, let's say that 7 moves left until the time increment, the 30 minutes I mean. They already did 33 moves, and they are kind of in a small time trouble. For those 7 minutes, Carissa has 7 moves. Carissa has 5 minutes, and Hana has more than 3 minutes. But the position is with a clear advantage for white. Rook c1, this is what I was going to say. Rook c1, this is what Cartier. The position is hopeless for black.
Yeah, he doesn't need to grab the pawn on d5, obviously, because rooks were on the same diagonal. And bishop to c6 will win the rook.
Yes,
But
rook
now
takes
rook
d5
g5.
was not the best option because of bishop c6. Rook takes d6 and bishop takes h1.
Exactly. But now after rook left h1 square, now this makes d5 pawn
d5 pawn is
not
hanging.
defended.
Seems like black has to play bishop e6, and in that case, knight on d4 is also coming. The position is absolutely winning for white. Just absolutely winning. So what the black has? Black has one pawn for the exchange, and that one pawn we can say it is f7 or g7, and any of them is not doing any job, right? And on the same time, white has the passed pawn on the queen side that they can push anytime, like b4, b5, even immediately is possible. Also, the knight on d4 is also a very strong piece.
It's a lovely piece, just locking down all the board
It's very
in white
interesting
favor.
to take a look what happened in that moment when was knight d7 played here. Knight d7, knight f3, take, king b2. h6 and knight d4. Wow! You see what happened here.
Look at this, trading the bishop for the knight, but
Yes,
getting
and
the
on the
rook on
same
c5
time,
and taking
here
the
is the
pawn
answer of the puzzle how the rook got on a5.
in a sneaky way with the tactics.
Yeah. Yes. Hannah played bishop e6. Now it's Carissa's turn. Maybe not knight d4 and maybe knight f4. Seems even more powerful. As d5 pawn is also hanging. After knight f4 it seems like game over. Yeah. How to support the d5. Yeah, here you are. Carissa played knight f4. It's just winning. It's just winning. It's better to go on the next board.
And we got the updated information that Anna Ushanina has won against Jessie February.
Let's
and
take a
that's-
look. Oh, look at this. Okay, let's take a look how it happened. So we're talking about Ushanina Anna's game. We just take a quick look how she won this game.
Oh, she took the bishop on c7.
Not immediately,
Takes,
but
takes,
here.
and takes. Oh, yeah, of course,
That's
because
it.
there's no e5 after
Yes, that's it.
checks.
Queen f4 and knight d4. Amazing,
Oh, nice.
amazing performance.
The knight goes on b5 or even capture
And queen
would do
d6.
a job. And
Wow.
this queen d6 is the final lockdown because rook b8 is now checkmate that you cannot
Bishop
really
g4
avoid.
also hanging.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, sorry.
beautiful.
Bishop g4, rook is on g8.
Ah, yeah.
I just imagined that another rook was on e8. Yeah, rook b8. Checkmate is
Mhm.
hanging. So black captured on b1. And still, the king is so weak that got checkmate.
No, you can't really survive
So
in here.
after king a5, there is queen b4 check, king takes a6, and
Knight
knight
c7
c7
checkmate.
checkmate.
Beautiful one.
Nice beginning for Anna.
For Anna Oshanina, you know what? We have to now choose one game and fully focus on that because we do have time problems in most of the game, time scramble. And let's take a look second game if there is anything interesting, or we can go to next one on the third game later on.
So, second board here we have Juliana AV against Tsolakidou Stavrova. Very interesting position. It changed too much. But I think black still increased their chances. The problem of knight b6, I was just first looking why not the white knight goes on b6. So for example, even in this position, why not knight b6? Here is just a simple tactics. Just take this. Or even take on d6. Both of them works. So that's why white could not enter knight on b6. White decided to play rook d1. And what to suggest for black? Rook a8, I think is still possible as... Ah, no, it's not possible because after knight b6, take on d6, white will capture first on a8.
And that's going to be the extra exchange, and very likely the winning position for white quite easily
Yes.
because knight is very tricky.
So
piece.
rook a8 doesn't work. What about b5 then? Seems
Oh, can
interesting.
we try en passant there?
And take on d6.
Yeah. That might give us some funny line there.
Like,
Um, b7. You have to go rook on d8, right? You don't have any other choice. And now knight to c5. You cannot take this
Excellent.
knight because the rook is pinned, and rook and the bishops are hanging both of them. So
Makes
I don't
sense.
know if the board got frozen because this is the line we want to show very much.
yes. Nice tactics. So on b5, c takes b6. So why did we play b5 if we are not taking on d6 and then just b7? Seems like white is winning here. So b5 doesn't work. b5 doesn't work. Rook a8.
Oh yeah, we have now it on the board.
So we can show it, right? This take on b6. Rook takes d6 and b7. After that, white is winning. Why? Because rook d8 is the only move, otherwise white pawn is promoting. So rook d8 and knight c5. Now there is a fork on the rook and the bishop. So black captures on c5, then rook takes d8. And promotion is unstoppable. The pawn is just promoting. Or of course the black could play something like, I don't know, maybe bishop a7. In that case, we can play first rook a8.
Oof, love that position for
It's
white.
just winning, yeah?
Yeah.
Just winning. So b5 does not work. What else could we consider here for black? Very interesting, you know? I want that rook from a6 to get in the game.
It's the best square for this rook on f3 probably, if the rook has some wings to fly.
But on a6 is very unlucky position. From other side, white also could not do much. I don't want to move the rook from d7 because in that case white could just capture, for example, with the bishop and knight b6. And my rook is trapped there. Seems like forever. There is a
And was the
problem
time
to solve.
situation while we were talking? Actually, Stavrola is thinking. She had 7 minutes when we joined this one, and now she's down to 3 minutes and 50 seconds. How many moves they have to make?
They
Last
have to
3
make 2
moves.
moves.
Yeah, last 2 moves. Okay, time might not be issue for her, but it's kind of stacked position as we're
It is.
struggling to find the move for her. And she goes rook to f7, offering the rook trade. I like this move. He tries to somehow simplify the
Yes,
position.
but what about if white captures,
Mhm.
black captures, and knight b6? What about that rook? Maybe a4 is a point, huh?
And giving up the pawn to have some space for the rook. Is that?
Yeah, on the same time, a2 pawn is also hanging. When we are taking on a4, black also captures on a2, if they need so.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Complicated endgame.
But also, you might not rush to play knight to b6 in that position. Like, for instance, after trading the rooks, you can also play rook to f1, and when
I
king
think
moves
it's better
away,
to capture
with
the
a bishop probably, because rook f1, rook f8
Mhm.
would activate the rook, and that would not be the best option.
Oh,
What is the
king
move?
g2.
King to g2.
This is a move that Juliana Evie played. King g2.
I think nice move, waiting move. But this gives black a chance now to play rook to a8 and to get this rook into the game.
So what's going on rook a8? Knight b6. Black could easily play, for example, rook e8. Now I like black's position. No, and that rook was a problem. That rook was a trouble on a6. Now all black's pieces doing the job. It's gonna be a very tough game for Juliana later. I think it will be necessary to solve.
Really, because
Some
I still
problems.
like white's position here. I like the knights against the bishops in the close position.
Yes, but what to do with that knight on b6? The main job,
Yeah.
what was there to catch that rook?
Shall
No?
we go back at the moment where now it's Tavrula's move to make, and if she plays rook to a8, maybe white has something better here. So let's say rook to a8.
I don't know. I
What's
can't
next?
see. Can't see what to do for white.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not so easy to find. The white's target was this rook, and as you mentioned,
So maybe
it's
knight
now out.
b6, rook e8, and knight c4.
Oh, wait a minute.
What happened?
Tavrula just played rook to f3.
This is what you wanted. Rook on f3, but another
Yes.
rook.
I
You wanted
another-
the a6 rook on
jump
f3.
there. Now, point being that you are sacrificing the
Yes,
pawn
if
for
you
a moment,
take,
but you're gonna
take,
look,
bishop
lose the
G.
rook.
Rook. Not even exchange. The rook.
So that king g2 actually does not a great job because it's going to be a check.
Yes.
And you don't want to allow this pawn to go all the way to f2 because it will be then dangerous.
What about knight b6 now?
Now it's a different story because now your rook is more
Can
active.
be a4 also.
Yeah.
Okay, something happened, right?
And this is rook to e1.
D e1.
It's a bit passive move. You're avoiding rook to e3, but you are not creating any
Also
targets.
getting out from that pin later. Yeah, just wanted to take on f3 now.
Ah, yeah, okay, that's smart then.
Yes, but now the new things will appear there. What about rook d3? Rook d3.
Good idea, rook d2 and capture the pawn on a2.
Yes.
Is there already move 40 or not yet? Last move. To be played to reach the time increment.
Yeah, I think rook d3 makes sense. So, for example, rook d3, rook d1. Okay, she played rook d3 and rook d1, for example, for white. Rook d1 is kind of necessary. I think EV will play that rook d1. And maybe now we already can capture and play rook a8. No, she played rook e2.
Rook e2 is a sub rook d2 happening. So far, now white is the one who has this little bit like defender.
So yes, I don't like
Position.
rook e2 move. Why not rook d1? It was kind of so obvious to play rook d1 as white was ready to trade that rook, right? So let's trade it from d1. I think Stavrula is even a little bit surprised with rook e2.
Yeah, we can see the engine button of the top board, which is
Yes,
a live
after
board,
rook e2,
favors
yeah.
black. We can see that it goes a little bit to black side.
Yeah, and that happened after rook e2. Seems like rook a8. Why not?
Why not to bring another rook? Because otherwise white wants to bring rook f8 and control the back rank, actually. What is that? What's the conversation? That's interesting.
I think she just got pardoned. I mean, maybe hit the leg or something.
Ah, okay.
you
There
know.
was not a draw for.
No,
sure.
it was
There
not a draw for her. Yeah.
Yeah. The players
She
can
just
agree.
apologized. I think so.
The
for
players
something.
can agree on the draw. It doesn't matter which move because basically we don't have a Sophia rule here. Basically, we're gonna have a winner of the match in the end of first round or second round or then after
Yes.
the tie break. So
Yes,
this
there
is
will be the
rule
winner
which we
anyway.
have.
Okay, I think
we do have actually some suggestion on the board 8. We have some nice position. So we can go there. Miranda Rodriguez, Tanya against Coulon Claudia. Ooh, look at that. Day 3 has
black is
been
just
played.
winning. So it's such a kind of king.
So basically,
So
you
on
cannot
rook
take
g4 check. Get a look at this. I think on rook g4 check there is king f5. The brave king.
the brave.
Staying it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, king f5 makes sense. King f5 makes sense, and now c2 pawn is hanging. Okay, it's clear that it does not work for white because of queen c1 check, king e2, and rook c2, gaining the queen. So otherwise, how to protect what is threatening there? So taking on c2 is threatening. But maybe don't touch it at all. So for example, I'll do the random move, and on d takes c2, just king c1.
To use this pawn as a shelter for
But,
the poor king. And there's no
Okay.
check actually.
Maybe rook d8 makes sense.
And if you take
But
the
queen takes
pawn-
c2.
Queen a1.
Queen a1, and rook d1. Oh, that's a nice line. Yeah, take this. Queen a1 check. Queen b. But f8? No, does not matter. Yeah, we are taking with check.
Why don't we just give a check on c8 to control also the
Yeah, even better.
yeah, f8 square.
Even better. So after d3, what to suggest for white? The position is too tough.
Mhm.
But they already got the increment of 30 minutes, so now Miranda has time to think. That's exactly move number 41.
You know what we can
She's
do
a
here
little
with
bit
white?
lucky.
I agree with that. She needs here time. Otherwise, imagine if she has here seconds and this
So
kind
this
of
is
tough
what I said.
position.
She's just lucky that she just did the 40th move, the previous
Exactly,
one.
Yeah. I'm thinking about f7 here.
Mhm.
And when you take on c2, I play king to c1, and we suggested rook to d8.
And f8
And
first? No,
no,
f8,
we
so
have
there
also
is a
queen
rook
e6
d4.
move. Let's go all in.
Queen e6. That's true. I missed that move, I'll tell you straightly, because the pawn was
You're
on
too
f6.
dramatic.
There,
yeah.
there was not a check at all from e6. Now it is kind of checkmate. It's not only
Kind
check.
of checkmate, yeah, because after king to g7, you have rook g4, and,
And
the rook
checkmate.
is also coming. It's it's no,
on
no
g7
chance
it's
to
just
survive.
a checkmate. Does not matter where the king goes. There is rook g8. Take.
That's
Take.
beautiful.
Now we can promote the rook.
For fun.
So after f7, let's take a look. Take on c2. What about the rooks? No, rooks endgame makes no sense.
No, because white will have two passports,
Okay,
and then
take
black
this,
has to be surviving
this.
there.
Let's try to do the correct move here, if such a thing is possible. Do you think it's a time to play h5? I'm not sure at all. But just to stop rook g4s. But here can be easily queen e6, king g7, and take on e5. Why not?
Any queen trade leads to the rook endgame. White is the one who is trying to win.
Yes. So what's the problem here? Problem is that queen e6 is hanging. How to stop that queen e6? With queen f6? I mean king f6?
Oh. We had a bit of accident
Yeah.
on the camera, and seems like Claudia is safe now. We do have final 28 games in progress. The other games have been finished, as we can see. Some of the players have been already gone, and we have some empty boards. Of course, we're gonna take a look if we have already some upsets or not. But first boards are still into the progress. Let's check out the game of Hotenashvili against Esperanza.
Here happening what we was talking about. It's gonna be the long game, maybe the longest for today, but very unpleasant position for black.
And they already got the increment. They just got
Yes,
the
they
increment
got the
now. So we
increment.
can actually go forward and check it out. The next game, Ning against Gunina, and we had the end game there. So maybe this game is already done. Oh no, they are still playing. So basically white managed to keep the pawn on d6.
I think it seems
Alive,
like Gonina
right?
is risking a little bit. Let's take a look how it was. So this, here she didn't pay your attention. She did not go rook
No.
c6
She
here.
wanted to win so much.
Yeah, she's trying. And queen a4. A strange decision, a little bit strange, because it is very difficult to imagine, just imagine how
you're
to
going
win.
to win. There is no problem on the back rank. My king is not unsafe.
And there is such a dangerous pawn on d6. And the pieces, Kathy, the pieces for white pieces is better than the black pieces. The white queen is centralized.
The pawn already on the
That's
sixth rank cannot even be stopped now. Can be pushed
No,
on
queen f5, look
seven.
at this. Queen f5 check is hanging.
All right.
Huh?
And then
How
to
to
trade
stop
the
queen
rooks
f5?
or d7.
Yes. And then d7 and just promote. So, for example, I will do just a random move for black. Then queen f5 check. g6 does not work because of rook c7. Right? So, that's why king h8 or king g8 does not matter. Rook c8 check. Take. Take. King goes and d7.
There's a check on a1 and a5, but that can be
G3.
stopped. Yeah.
Yeah. Check. Please. Okay, at least what we are talking about, black does not want to do the draw, and now they are trying to survive. Right?
Yeah. There's queen to d4 to look for some kind of.
Okay, you want to
First
say
king
that they
G2.
still survive or not? E3.
This is
or-
the final move you can make here. Like e3 and then promote.
And then what?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a queen.
Yep.
Isn't it just winning? Just winning. Yes. So now she has a headache. She has a headache how to survive. What a strange decision, huh?
I'm
from
surprised too.
Gunina.
Maybe her thinking process was that my opponent will not repeat queen b6 and she will go queen to b4.
Ah,
So
I don't
let's
know.
just.
If
But
she
you can
wanted-
give a chance to your
Yes,
opponent
also
to have a
if she
temptation.
wanted to play, look at this. If she wanted to put it on b4 in this position, Kathy, she will not play queen b6. And she will play queen b4. Yeah. Okay. We have what we have, and we have the next moves also. Rook d8 was in the game. What we see on the camera. And queen f5 check. Oh my god, that will be. Maybe this is the upset what
This
the
might be
viewers
the
were
upset,
talking about.
Yeah. The viewers wanted to have.
Wait a sec, I think it's just winning, Kathy. I think that was a blunder even, rook d8, because the position is just winning.
I agree with you.
Oh my
You
god.
don't have much of the choices here for black, and white's plan is crystal clear here. You
Yes,
just
but even the last
promote.
move, rook d8, is kind of losing immediately or not? So, wait a sec. So, king h8 has to be done. Yes, it happened. So, after rook c8, what's going on, guys? That is just game over. That's a pity thing.
It's a pity, as you said, there's one side who is upset, another side is happy.
Yes, but just the draw. I mean, okay. This is This is what we are talking so much, you know. Okay, that draw and you are losing 4 points, but you are saving your energy. I mean, now you are losing more.
I agree with that, yeah.
And also, the max what you can get is to play one more day, the tie breaks. And before that, you have to win with the white colors the second round. So we have the hero today, that Ning Isabel Yushuan.
Yeah, she has to still finalize her.
She has to, but
game.
she's so confident now, and
She has
I mean,
enough
she
time as
feels
well.
yes, she felt that she can do that. I mean, the position allows her, and here we
Alright,
have yes,
we have a
here
result,
Carissa won the game.
If Carissa,
That
very
we
nice
actu-
game.
Yes, solid.
very
Uh,
full domination.
yes, she did her job, and she did it well. Now it's time for Ning to believe that she can win. Now she is struggling with herself. That is it possible? Now, if she trusts, then she's gonna win.
And she's about to make the move, double checking. She has enough time, obviously, to make sure that every line is working. In case if queen cannot even go to a5 because basically this f5 queen controls
Here is
everything.
also very interesting. On queen e8, there is d7.
Ooh,
Look at this. Game over. I mean, immediately game over we have on the board.
Oh, yeah, yeah. After whatever the queen goes, we have rook trade and queen e6.
Yes.
Just finish the game.
And then queen e8. So queen f5. Ah, we didn't receive that moves yet, unfortunately. So on the, we can see the moves that I will do on the board, on the top board. This is a moment, so pay your attention, please, on the down board. No, not the top one. Top one is showing another position.
And she's going for a rook to c8
That's it.
very confidently, offering a kindly rook trade, but this rook trade will cost Gunina a lot, and we do
Wait
have
a
queen
sec.
to
We all
d1.
blundered this, right? We all blundered this. Look at her. I mean, come on, Katie.
You blame me. Oh no, oh no.
We all blundered queen d1. Okay, it happens. On the fourth hour, oh, look at her.
Oh, that's
She also
painful.
blundered. Why we believe so much that that white was winning?
Oh my goodness. That's the worst feeling. When you
It's a
blunder
cold
so
shower.
badly. Yeah, it's a cold shower.
Oh my God, look at her.
Yeah, you are so defensive in this position with black. You don't believe that there is an active move which gives you a check and captures the pawn.
Queen
Oh,
d1.
yeah,
Why
yeah.
we blunder that move at all? We did not pay our attention. Hmm. Okay. Now it will be very difficult to survive here. We just lost the d pawn. Curious moment, right? We all believe.
We curse. The
We-
commentators curse.
Commentators, Isabel, we all believe that the position was winning for white, and suddenly, the position
Yes. As our job here is done, let's now
And we did
get
it
involved. Let's now get involved on the other board.
is to do another great job.
Another damage, and this is board 10. And we're gonna go to this board actually very fast. Let's just see another moment. Now Gunina will be very dangerous in this position.
Yes, of course.
She's confident. She has all the resources. She has extra pawn, in fact. No much worries.
Yes. And also some extra troubles here.
Oh, look what she wants to do. Just to take the pawn, queen to d2, and then she wants to maybe
So
to make
for-
a draw. Or
So, for example, take this,
Mhm.
take this, Queen d2 check, king h1. Wait. No, I have a feeling I'm blundering something again.
No, 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 no. You're
Huh?
no.
Then why e3? What's the point of e3?
I think she just realized that that's the position that she can't win, and maybe she just wants to rest today.
Wait, she's doing draw with e3. She's pawn up. But
Well,
that
she can
pawn
get
is
the pawn
hanging,
back,
you know?
yeah.
That pawn is hanging.
Yeah, and you
That's
can
true.
always get the pawn back and to play the queen endgame with 3 pawns versus 2.
Yes, but how to get that pawn back? There is not there the perpetual check?
Because
Okay,
you
take a
cannot
look.
save this.
Okay,
You cannot save the
this,
pawn here.
this. Ah, there is no perpetual. That's correct. There is no perpetual. King is just running. So queen c8, king h7, and on queen f5 there is king g8. And king is running away.
Yeah, and also Valerie, in that position, current position, if you don't play e3, you cannot hold this pawn.
Yes, yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. So here
She
queen
plays very fast.
e7.
She's very good blitz player, actually. She's, she sees
Very
this and not
fast, just
even
queen e6.
spending any time. And
Yeah.
yeah, the pawn game can be very tricky.
Oh, what a pity thing.
Yeah,
I
let's
feel,
go to
I
the-
feel what she is feeling now. I'm talking
Yeah.
about Isabel.
You're blame.
She's
I don't know.
so
You
upset.
suggested, I said yes, and she did it. So
And
we're
she's-
all like,
She just trusts us.
yeah.
That's our fault.
Our fault. We take this on the shoulder. Let's check out the game 10. We heard that something interesting has happened in that game.
Which
This
one?
is board 10. It's Mohamed Zakiyana against Alexandra Mastevskaya.
It's just winning for black.
Yeah, and we do have some upset. Move g6, if you can find.
In this game?
Yeah. Yeah, here. Oh, that was winning actually already.
Wait. Why not promote the queen? Wait, I don't understand that.
Oh, maybe that was the blunder.
So, in this position, first of all, wait a sec, what an interesting moment. First of all, why not rook g8?
Exactly, yeah.
To force you to capture with this, then promote, and just do the draw. Yeah, it's just a simple draw because there is no connected pawns on the board. Just no connected pawns.
Ah, all right. You know what happened? King f6 was a blunder that Maltevskaya made in the position where she had extra piece. That was the first mistake, king to f6. Yeah, let's see that, h7. And I think she could just take
Oh,
this.
wow, she was just
pawn.
piece up? Wait
Yeah.
a sec. Wait a sec, she was playing piece up last 10 moves or something like that,
Oof.
and she got until the position where it was draw.
Yeah, king f6 was a blunder. Can just take this pawn, right?
No,
Why not? Okay.
rook goes to
Where?
c8.
Ah, that's square.
So if we take on g6, there is rook c8. And that's it, draw. So the blunder was a little bit earlier. I mean, any move. I mean, just put the rook on h2 once, and keep the king even there. Where is it? So
And bishop on c2.
I think she just relaxed.
Yeah,
She
she
relaxed with the piece up. Oh. Or even here. Katie here, just play bishop e4.
Exactly.
And just take the
control
pawn,
this.
you know?
Yeah, with the
Just
bishop.
take the
yeah.
pawn.
But you don't even need that much of drama. Next move is rook to h7, and that's it.
So
Yeah. And we have Alexandra, who is very experienced player. Very. She just,
But
I
she
think
got
she
lucky.
just relaxed.
She
Yeah.
got lucky here that the opponent. No, rook d8 is still okay. I think it's still possible to do the draw there, but not to take on d5. Ah, you know what the white blundered in this position? When white took on d5, she thought that Alexandra will take on h7 and she will take on e5, hoping to do the draw there. Taking on e5, still very difficult. But after f6, that Alexandra played, that's it. Connected pawns, losing immediately. Wait, this is a huge mistake. You know, why not to promote? I mean, this is so huge mistake.
Was it move 40? No.
No, it was not. And even if it is, I mean, just promote the queen. Yeah? Promote the queen, take and take.
Yeah, that's a bit mysterious. Probably she was considering that in rook endgame she has more chances rather than to
Against
have
the bishop?
bishop and 3 pawns.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, a little bit strange, but okay. A very difficult game, long game, so on, so on. She got tired and started doing the mistakes.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow, what a situation. Shall we go back to the game of Gunina and check it out how she's doing there?
So after e3, white played queen f4.
Oh, the game has just ended, as
Draw.
we can see,
Oh.
and so we do have a draw.
You know, here Ning got lucky that she got that queen f4. Very strong move, Katie. There is
Queen
queen
f4.
f4 here. Amazing. Bravo,
Wow.
Isabel. Bravo.
Wow,
Amazing
what a
move.
move.
Just doing the draw immediately.
Wow, such a powerful move and nice game.
Good goal.
We have here
Good
Ning
goal.
Isabel Xu Huan, 16 years old, who is nominated from New Zealand Chess Federation to take a part in the World Cup. And she is gaining a lot of rating points by this draw. She will come back tomorrow with the black pieces to fight against Gunina. Very stylish earrings. We should also mention the chess prince.
Yes.
And she is very happy. Look at this
Of
happy
course.
face. That's
Because
a
it
big
was a huge blunder there, you know, but got lucky that immediately did the draw with queen f4.
Exactly. What a nice result for her. And she
Amazing.
needs now a good rest and to come back tomorrow to play against Gunina with black pieces. It's now our time to take a break. And on the break, you guys gonna see a few interviews that we have recorded for you. And after that, we're gonna come back to summarize the tournament. And here we have a beautiful view of the playing venue. It says, "Welcome to Georgia," and this is FIDE Women's World Cup 2025 in Batumi. Guys, we will come back shortly.
This August, Washington, D.C. becomes the global capital of youth chess. 50 plus countries, one world stage. The World Schools Team Championship 2025, where strategy meets spirit. Friendships are made, cultures are shared, moves are remembered. And alongside the tournament, something big is happening. Welcome to the Smart Move Summit, August 4th and 5th, 2025, right here in Washington. A global education conference exploring how chess transforms learning. Inspiring talks, practical tools, global ideas. From the classroom to the chessboard and back again. Chess builds minds, builds futures. 2 events, 1 vision, smart kids, smart moves, smart world.
coming back from the break. This is the final part of the round one, day one here in Batumi, Georgia at 2025 FIDE Women's World Cup. I'm Katy, this is Valerie, and so far we had a lot of exciting games, some of the upsets as well, and a few games in progress.
But
Valerie,
let's mention not a huge upset.
not so big upsets. We do have board 4 draw between Ning Isabel Xuyan, who is 2000 rated, against Valentina Gunina, who is 2416 rated.
But with black colors.
Yes, and another result which is also very interesting. We have draw on the boards of Essa Ronda Alserkal against Irina Crush, and in fact, Essa Alserkal is one of the youngest participants of this event, and she actually faced Irina Crush, quite experienced chess player and title chess player, and she achieved to make a draw.
So here we have second board. Juliana Evie playing against Tsolakidou Stavroula. The position is with a big advantage for black, almost winning. We can say like that already. Let's take a look how it was happening. So what I don't like too much, get here, you remember we are seeing Rook D1 move. Rook D1 makes much more sense.
Yeah.
To trade those rooks. Instead of that, Evie played Rook E2, and after Rook A8, she missed at Rook F3 again. Again Rook F3. With the same idea. With the same idea, if the white will capture on F3, take, Bishop G4 check, and black is Rook up. So we were forced to play Bishop D6 to stop Rook F8 from A8. Bishop D6, Rook D8, Rook E1, Rook D7. Now Rook goes from D7 to F7. Rook D1. What's going on if white captures on F3 here? That's a very interesting thing. What's going on here? So
Takes, and
Rook
you
F7
have Rook to F7,
check,
Rook to F2.
and take on A2. Definitely.
Then B3 pawn will drop.
Definitely winning.
And you're gonna
for
have
black.
A pawn as a passer.
Definitely winning for black. So that's why Rook D1 was in the game. After Rook F7, it's a huge advantage already. As the black is controlling the F file, now knight on A4 is absolutely out of the game. It's even stacked. Could not go anywhere more than on B6, and from B6 also doing not much job. And Evie was forced to capture here on D4, otherwise Rook F2 check is hanging, would ending the game. So she captured on D4, take, and Bishop F4. Yeah. Otherwise the Rook on F1 is hanging.
Yeah.
And she has to make the decision. Bishop E5 makes no sense because of King G6, and still we couldn't take on D4 because, as I told you, Rook is hanging. So that's why Bishop F4, Rook D3.
And this is currently the position,
Yeah,
right?
this is a current position. It's just losing, let's say. Let's be straight. Position is just losing.
Yeah, what a nice chances here for white that could actually improve the position of the knight and lock this rook on A6, but that's already the past time, and right now white has to struggle in this position.
It's very interesting what decision to make after knight B2. Let's play Rook C3. Right? Seems like the best move.
Yeah, Rook C3 going after it.
And Bishop
pawn on
E5 check will not be dangerous at all. So take on F7. Take on D4.
Rook to C2.
To C2, king somewhere. Has to be losing.
Yeah, like maybe there is not an immediate win here,
Yes,
but this is, yeah.
but
I was
losing.
thinking about a4 here in this
A4
position.
makes sense, of course. A4 makes sense. In case knight takes, then it will be rook c2, and in case pawn takes, it will be bishop a2. And she made the decision. She played. What she played? Rook f2. But still, the position is losing. Even king g6, you know, quiet queen g. Rook d1, even better. I agree. Rook d1. Okay, there is nothing much to talk about this position as it is absolutely winning for black. Next we have Hotenashvili Bela against Esperanza, where the position is also done. It's just winning. The only thing is that the white should not capture on e7. I think so. Look at this. I mean, black is giving the rook on e7.
Yeah.
But in that case, queen h5 check, and there is a perpetual check.
And you cannot play king g3
Well,
because I have queen g4
check,
anyway.
yes. On king g3, there is king g4. King h2 back, queen h5, king g1, queen d1. That's the only trap for now. But of course, we can avoid it with different things. First, what comes to my head is just rook c1 and taking on h5, then king g1. Now the rook is hanging on e7, queen d8 is also hanging, and c6 pawn is also hanging. Now it's like time to resign.
Much safer. And white has to keep this rook on first file, not to allow black to have the
Rook
check.
c1 seems like easiest way to play. You know what? Maybe this game is even over already.
Because we don't have it on the board,
Yeah.
right? On this
I mean,
screen.
for the delay, we're
Yeah, we
15
do
minutes
have a
delay.
very interesting situation in the game of Claudia Colon against Miranda Rodriguez Tania on the board 8, where we do have queen versus rook. And the question is if white just set up this position that black cannot really break it anymore.
B pawn helps much, because if there is no B pawn on the board, there is nothing to play for white.
Yeah.
And if the queen moves away to capture the B pawn, then rook takes h4 is just a simple draw. So, for example, if black plays queen b1, queen b1, white just captures on h4, queen takes b5, then rook e4, and just rook e4, rook g4, and back.
And you also have the king moves also, if
Yes,
you don't
if
want
you
to
need
move.
so.
Yeah.
That's why black queen could not move.
She played already king to
e6.
e6, and Cologne wants to capture the pawn,
Pawn
on
with the
e
king.
file with the king. Yeah.
That's the correct decision. b6. So maybe king d7, b7, king c7, and rook g7. That would be the position. King b8. I think they are going to this position. What to do next? How to win with black?
You can play also e4 somewhere to open up even further the position.
I'm not sure about that, you know, because then if the rook goes to f3, and that's it. f3, h3. You just stay.
So you have to play h3 as well.
Then h3, yes, but in case of h3, white captures with a king.
No, my point is, when you move the rook on f-file, then you play queen g3 and play h3 right away.
That, yes, yes. So, for example, again, if it is white to move in this position, the game is over. So, we have to make white to move in this position for black. King a7? Is that it, white to move? If we play king a7? Yeah, that seems winning. Seems winning. Seems easily winning, actually.
Yeah, this is actually very interesting end game. Let's see what will be the technique of Claudia Colon. Meanwhile, we do have an interview with one of the players. Let's take a look and hear what they want to tell us.
I'm joined here by Ruda from UAE, who is also UAE's only woman grandmaster. Now, Ruda, please tell us a little bit about your journey. You've been in youth chess since you were really tiny. I remember playing UAE tournaments and seeing you as a little girl. What's your story?
Well, I started chess at 4 years old, and I got Asian championship when I was like 5 Asian schools, and I mean, chess has always been fun for me. I always loved chess, even when I played terrible tournaments, bad tournaments, and I worked so hard to, get the WGM. As I said, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of hard work. There was a lot of bad moments, good moments, but I'm really happy that I finally became the first WGM in the UAE, and I consider my journey, starting all over again, and more, inshallah, more accomplishments and more achievements to come.
And here you are at the FIDE Women's World Cup, one of the biggest tournaments in the world. Tell us about your qualification path and what it means for you to be here.
I got qualified from the Arab Championship when I won it back in November, and today I played my first round against Irina Krush, and I drew. I'm really happy. I mean, it wasn't an easy game. At the end, I'm pretty sure I could have played more, but I didn't have time, so I just took the draw. And tomorrow, I mean, I'm playing my second round. I hope I can win, and I'm going to train hard.
So, how does it feel playing against a legend like Irina Krush? Of course, the way the draw works here is that we've got you playing against a much higher rated opponent, and you drew an excellent result. How did your preparations go, but more mentally?
I mean, the chess preparation, I started preparing against her like a week before the tournament, maybe. And, when the pairings came out, actually. I mean, I did prepare the chess and stuff, but mentally it was really difficult. I was really stressed out before the game because, I trained so hard and I didn't want, to lose. But I'm really happy that I ended up drawing, and I think it was a pretty good game. And today I'm going to try to calm myself down, prepare for tomorrow, and see what happens.
Now, my final question to you is, you've got so many little girls looking up to you. You're a front runner in UAE chess, a big, symbolic symbol for them in women's chess. What message do you have for them?
Well, I just want to tell anyone who has a dream of becoming, I don't know, a grandmaster to reach a certain rating or anything, and especially to the girls from the UAE, never give up and always remain calm, always work hard. And trust me, your hard work is always gonna pay off. And I'm always here to help. If you need any mental support or any chess support, I'll be there.
A good mentor. Well, thank you so much, Ira, and good luck for your game tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Rhonda Essa Al-Selkar tells the girl back in UAE if they need a support, she's there and she will support. She's the first female chess player who has become women grandmaster. That happened this year, and she has an amazing year, a lot of chess events, and she is only 15 years old, starting at the World Cup with a draw against Irina Krush. She must be really tough opponent for all the players out there. And we're coming back to the current position of this match here. The question is if this position is enough for white to make a draw, or black has enough forces to convert the extra queen into the win.
Yeah, by the way, Miranda create a very good position of the rook and the pawn connected to each other. I mean, she didn't push b7, she stayed with the rook on h7, as the pawn stays on b6, and it means it's not hanging. If the rook leaving the 7th rank, black needs 2 moves to capture that, with queen king b7, and then king takes b6. So that makes extra difficulties for white. Also h3 is not good now. White will just capture on h3. It's difficult,
Yeah,
you know?
white can just capture this.
Rook on h7 stays very well, and pawn on b6 is also very well. That's a fact that if black trade the h pawn to b6 pawn, it's just a draw.
Queen goes on f4. I think this is kind of waiting move. You're waiting your opponent to make the mistake to push the pawn maybe on b7.
So king h1, right? King h1 makes sense for white. I
And
mean,
Valerie,
what else
tell
to
me
do?
what happens after king h1 and if I play e4.
King h1, e4, definitely I have to take, and I need my rook on f3, but I could not play rook f7 because of h3. So the difficulty is to get with that rook on f3.
Let's say rook f7.
h3. h3 is a game over. Otherwise, what to do with that rook to get on f3? It's very difficult to get on f3 because as we are moving the rook, h3 is coming.
Yeah, and the rook is hanging. You cannot go rook to g7, then it's a check and blunder, queen e5.
Yes.
Rook
Also, I mean,
d7.
yes,
But
but h3,
h3, yeah.
anyway. Yeah,
Yeah.
abstractly that h3 is hanging everywhere when you are leaving the h file with the rook. And if you stay with the rook on h file, you couldn't stay much.
But she's waiting for... She's waiting a little bit, and Claudia Coulon just played queen to b4.
King h1, queen b4.
30 seconds for...
No, king g1 not possible
White.
because of queen b6 with check. So, for example, if the white will just stay like this, then queen b6 check.
She goes with king to h2.
h2.
We have queen to e1 check.
No, it's not check. It's just queen e1,
Queen
right?
e1, yeah. He also kind of like limiting the king's position
No,
now.
rook g7 back. Not it the same position that was a few moves ago.
Queen can go to f2, I guess.
And king h3.
Now I can take
Queen
on
G-
b6.
Maybe queen
Because if you
g1?
take the pawn on...
Yes, but then I have rook g4.
Yep, rook g7 is on the board.
Do you know what I'm thinking about? Queen f2, and on king h3 to play queen g1.
Okay. You want to give a check on h1 and get the pawn on g2. That's a tricky move. I love this move.
Makes sense. Queen h1, queen h1 is... No, there's something different happened. Queen b1 happened in the game. Oh, she's just gaining the b6 pawn. That's it. I mean, there is no rook h7, there is no rook g6. There has to be rook g4. Rook g4 makes sense.
And here you have 10 seconds for white. She is also struggling on the clock. Yeah, it's not so easy to play this position, especially with seconds on the clock.
It seems like queen has to go back on e1, as it was one move ago. And play queen f2 there. Yes, queen has to be protecting that h4 pawn all the time. So queen e1 back. Rook is forced to go back, right? And queen f2 as we are saying. But here is rook h7 again. What an interesting position, Katie. I'm not sure it's winning, you know. I'm not sure it's winning.
I kind of have a feeling that e4 is the way you want to play in this position to open up the
So
e
e4
file.
was a few minutes ago, a few moves ago. Here was e4. Here was e4 to play.
Yeah, now White's king is too active, right?
Yeah. Do we have any other games in progress?
We
No.
have some games in
All of
progress,
them is
but
over on the top
yeah, on the
10.
top boards they
This
we
is the
have
last game.
basically the last one, yeah.
So what we are suggesting here is to go back on e1, on rook g7 to play queen f2, and on rook h7 do the same thing and go on f4 and then push e4.
Yeah.
This is what we are suggesting. As on king h1 to play e4. This is what we see as the only option, as it does not seem anything else here for a black to improve the position.
Another game that is in progress, Evi Juliana against Tsolakidou. They are progressing slowly, but
It is
black
completely winning,
yeah.
right? So,
yeah, exactly.
so just take a quick look. Here we are. Yes, this is the exchange down with the troubles on the queen side. Pawn structure, completely winning. Completely. I mean, it's not about how to make it winning. No, it's already winning. So for example, here even take on b3, take on b3, rook a8, then trade that rook from a2, and it's time to resign for white. This is the easiest way. Yes, that's absolutely winning. So the only game we have in progress after that, a3. Starula played a3.
That's interesting. She wants to play rook b1, rook b2 to get this pawn.
And also
That's
simply
why.
immediately. But
Yeah,
there is knight d3 happened there. Yeah. On rook b1 there is knight d3. Maybe just take on b3, guys.
I take it.
And a2, is not it game over and then check and promote?
Ooh. Oh, that's her
Yeah.
plan.
That's
That's
nice.
her plan.
That's nice. Let's see. Let's see. Waiting for bishop b3. We like the moves like that.
Let's see if Stavrola gonna play bishop to b3. A piece sacrifice.
She will. She will. She played a3 with a high confidence. You know, otherwise, she's gonna take on b3.
And there we
Here we
go.
are.
Bishop to b3. A brilliant move. Bishop sacrifice. Next, she pushes the pawn on a2, and this pawn will be unstoppable.
Yes. This is a game over here. Knight c4. What does it help?
a2 first.
Just rook g1 check, right? She will continue just playing that position with the queen down for 2 pieces. But, okay, what to say? There is nothing much to say. The position is completely losing. Let's get back to Coulomb, Claudia. Yes, and she is doing what we said. Claudia Coulomb get back with the queen on f2. Now I think she will be back to f4 also. Yes, here you are. She has to be careful with the 3 times repetition, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. That's something that you have to take into the consideration and not to have it.
e1, and yeah, we already suggested here to play queen f4, and on king h1 to play e4.
Oh, I just take a look at the YouTube chat, and there is a one statement in the chat says this tournament unlocks important players.
Wow.
Here's the answer to that. That the important players that you are looking for will come back, not come back, come into the game after round one. Now we have a qualifiers, basically some sort of qualifiers, and top 21 players, seated 20 as higher rated, they will be joining us in the second round, and the players are quite impressive. We have Lei Tingji, Zhu Jiner, Tan Zhongyi, Konoru Hampi, Anna Muzachuk, Alexander Gareshkina, Katerina Lachner, Nana Zagnidze, Maria Muzachuk, Harika Dronawali, Vaishali, Shuvalova, Kostyuniuk, Osmak, Divya, Batsiashvili, Kashlinskaya, and I think I have to stop here because there are actually a lot of big names and grandmasters who will be joining us, guys, in the round two. So basically the format is very simple. We're gonna have match between the players. Now we do have these two players, for instance, and they will reverse the color tomorrow. They will play another game against each other. And in case of a tie, if the match ends 1-1, they will have also tie breakers. In the end of the 3 games, we're going to have only one winner. And then this winner will go to the second round.
Okay, I took a quick look at the game of Ajar against Stefanova Antonetta, where Stefanova is absolutely winning, in absolutely winning position, dominating on the light squares. Also, the king is much better, the black king is much better, as well as the pair of the bishops. So it's absolutely winning position for black. We'll get back to Kulon again, Claudia. And here we have the position.
Not much of the progress, yeah? And her
Not
time
much.
is 13 minutes against 1, and
Stavrola
Stavrola has
ended up.
ended. She plays rook to g1,
Yes.
giving a check, forcing white's king to capture this rook, and then she will have a queen on the board, and black had not enough, white had not enough compensation.
Oh, by the way, she first played rook a8 here in this position instead of playing rook g1 immediately. She played rook a8, and after bishop e5, she played this to trade the rooks also. So what's the point? The point is this: queen, king g2, for example, and rook a2. Or even, yeah, actually even queen. I think it's even better to don't trade that, you know. So king g2 and just queen e1.
And then get the rook on the first rank
Yes.
somehow, or go after e4
and
pawn.
if the white takes here, then queen e4. Yes, absolutely winning with the different options. So what we left here is Claudia again, and queen f4 and king h1, and this is a moment that we are talking all evening. e4 is a move that black has to play.
E4 is the move and that Claudia wants to play. I think she just tried a little bit. She can, of
Yeah,
course,
sure.
of
That's
course,
one of the
play her
strategies
best.
that
Yeah.
actually Mr. Anatoly Karpov loves too much. To repeat the position, each position twice, and then do the decisive things.
Yeah, that's very interesting option, right?
And
And
here
here
you
we go. E4 has been played by Cologne Claudia, just like in the style of the world champion Anatoly Karpov. She repeated the position, she made a lot of moves, and now she goes for E4.
She showed up to the opponent that she's a boss, and now she can do whatever she likes.
Yeah, and on the way, she was also trying to check how well the opponent will defend the
Yeah,
position.
yeah,
It was not
sure,
so
sure.
easy to
That
find
works
this
well
horse.
always. So white is forced. Now, now Miranda is just was wasting a time because taking on e4 is the only move. Queen takes e4, and now white is in trouble. Okay, as we said, we need white rook on f3, then it will be just a draw. Rook f3, rook h3. But the problem is that the rook would not go there. For example, if we play rook f7, it will be immediate h3.
Yep.
And it's just losing, yes. Mm. Otherwise, where to move that rook? And then we have to move on the h file. For example, here. Then it's just king b7.
You're
And we
kind
are
of
in
stuck bank. You
Zugzwang
cannot
again.
make king h2, king g1
Yeah,
because
on
you
king
lost the
g1
rook.
there is queen e3 check. So, yep, white is in trouble here where to move the rook, and also white is in time trouble, time pressure. As we see on the camera, it is less than 20 seconds
Yeah,
already.
19 seconds right now. Not easy position to find the safe square for the rook. Most
Yeah,
of the
that's a
squares are
difficulty,
is
yes,
losing
yes.
this rook to
Okay,
h6.
we already talked about that. In case of rook h6, just king b7. Yep, Claudia did that move.
And now it is once again move for the rook. Rook has to find a safe spot. Hard to find
Which is
any.
very difficult.
Hard to find a rook h5 probably.
Now b6 pawn gun. Yeah, the king gonna cross the fifth rank, then it will be just losing.
Well, Miranda Rodriguez Tania is a women international master from Mexico, and her current standard rating is 2007, and she's not rated in rapid. She does not play probably rapid tournaments or
Oh.
have not played any
But
rapid
she will be
tournament.
happy to play rapid here.
Oh, obviously, yes.
Yeah, so Claudia capture on b6. This is what we are considering. And now king h2. That's a new move. We understood that move because if the rook leaves the fifth rank and the king passes the fifth rank, it's just winning. King just goes till the end, you know, and just create the troubles immediately. So, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
So king h2. Now we have to think how to get in the
Fifth
Zugzwang
rank.
again. So if the king goes to g6, then the rook could still stay on the fifth rank. Right. No, it's not right. If I put my king on g6,
Yeah.
for example, if I put my king on g6 and the rook goes on a5, I will do queen f4 check, and when the king goes, then I'll play h3, and that's it.
You have to, you have to play maybe queen g3 as well. But yeah, it's similar.
No. In the game was queen g4. Yeah. Oh, now rook couldn't stay on the fifth rank at all. Yeah, that's even easier. On rook h6, king passes, and that's it. That's game over. That's game over. In c5. That's actually game over now.
Yeah, when the king gets on f2, you cannot save.
Okay, with
both
f2
g2
we
and
also have to be a little bit careful that on king f2 white does not have check
yeah,
from
so
f
we have to
file.
play queen f4 first.
Yes, queen f4 first and then king f2. Yeah, the rest is not actually so interesting already. Unlucky position of the rook. What to say, it happens.
Yeah, you just needed to have one extra move, right?
Yeah.
Just needed one pass. And what
Or
would
just
we
a
say?
flying rook to fly from h7 to f3.
Yeah. Some illegal actions.
King d4. So obvious for Claudia to play king d4.
King
No,
d5.
she played king d5. Okay, we don't mind, but why? Wait a sec. King could go to the g file. That's a new plan. You know, I don't need to go on the second rank at all. I will go on g7, for example,
Okay.
and your rook does not have any place.
You have to go far from the
Yeah.
king side, and then
Uh,
there will be a check, yeah. And
Queen
we
g3
capture
check
it,
and
yeah.
h3.
Yeah.
That's another winning plan.
I like more to bring this king on f2, to be
F2
honest.
is more aggressive.
Because you also attack on g2 pawn, and you want to make a checkmate threat.
Yeah, it's more aggressive. The only thing you have to take care there to put the queen on f4 first. But if she played king on d5 and not on d4, I think she's going to go on the
G file.
g file,
I
g6
think so
or
too.
g7. Just double checking that plan. Actually, if that plan does not work, she can go back anytime.
Like we have seen her done already, repeating the
Yeah.
position, yeah?
We saw that she can do that.
She can do that. Yep, she's taking some time now. Also, she has quite a comfortable
that's
time on the
that's
clock,
the
10
final
minutes.
stage of the game. I think she will play king e6 here. It seems like she hears us.
Yeah, that was kind of look. There's no such possibilities. Hopefully, we hope that it's not. And queen goes
Queen
to
e4.
queen goes to e4.
Yes, but why? It's a little bit strange one for me. Kind of unnecessary. Okay, h5 check. And now it's a moment to decide where to go, back or ahead. Both is winning. Both is winning. You go ahead.
King d4.
It will be interesting, right? If
Yeah.
king d4, why not immediately? I think she laughs too much that to don't
To
have a rush.
dominate on the board, yeah. Why to
Maybe-
rush? To trick the opponent, you think? But
Yeah.
this king goes that way, but you choose then the other way.
Also, she enjoys with the position.
I guess so. Well, the king goes on f2 to hit the pawn on g2, and if you push, then if you play rook to g5, then h3 will be pushed. Oh no!
immediate blunder?
Yes, rook to a5 has been played, and queen to e1. There was a very long game
That's
for
why she played
Miranda
queen
Rodriguez
e4.
Tanya.
That's why she played queen e4.
Yeah.
that
Very
to happen
tricky
that-
player, we should say.
Yeah,
Very,
yeah,
very
yeah,
tricky
yeah,
player.
Nice.
So let's summarize the day and check out what has happened in the first round. We had actually quite exciting games in on the boards. First board, Carissa Ip has won against Hannah Wilson. And also the second board, as well as the third board, we had the rating leaders winning their games. And then we had the first upset on the fourth board where Valentina Gunina made a draw against Ning Elizabeth. Isabel.
Isabel Yushuan.
Yes, and then we can see Anna Oshadina won her game as well as Anna Shichman. We have also Song Xiuk Sin winning, and Claudia Coulon just finished this game. This is the top boards what we have on the screen. Tomorrow we're going to have another round. Those who has lost today, they have a good chance to come back tomorrow. And the players who got victory today, for them, draw is also enough to go to the second stage of the World Cup. We were your commentators today in this round. I'm Keti Tsazelashvili. This is Valerie Gaprindashvili, and we had honor to start this tournament here in Batumi. And Valerie, I can see that sun is still there, so it's actually a good time to call it a day and enjoy a little bit of sunshine in Batumi.
Thank you very much.
Guys, thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow at 3 p.m.
I'm here with Isabel Ning from New Zealand playing her first World Cup. Isabel, tell me, how did you qualify and how is it being here?
I'm just really happy to be here. I'm happy to play players as strong as Gunina, and I think I qualified by being in the Olympiad team last year, and then we could just sign up to be in the World Cup, and my rating was the highest out of everyone who signed up. So yeah, I think that's how I got the spot.
So you've played in the Olympiad before, you played top level chess. What were your nerves compared to then and now?
Well, I feel like it's really different now. Yeah, I'm just really happy to be here again. And in the Olympiad, I feel like I wasn't this nervous because, yeah, I didn't play such strong players. But yeah, I'm also more happier here because, yeah, I get to see everyone.
Yeah. Who's your favorite player here?
I have no idea. I look up to all of them basically. Yeah.
And tell us about your game now against Valentina Gunina. You played and you drew.
Yeah. I feel like I was better at some point, but then I kind of forgot queens could move diagonally. Yeah. But I was just trying to play the best moves and making the most out of such a good opportunity to play someone as strong as her. And yeah, I guess that worked out in my favor.
And what's it like playing against someone so much stronger than you and also doing so well?
I think it's very cool, and I'm just yeah, really happy to play her. Yeah.
And tell me, what's it like being in Georgia? Are you enjoying Batumi? Have you gotten a chance to explore a little bit yet?
I think it's a very beautiful city. When we first came out of the airport, we saw big FIDE flags, and yeah, that was pretty cool. And we've walked along the bay a bit, and yeah, I think it's a really beautiful city.
Love how you're saying the flag, and there's a big FIDE flag behind you too. And tell me about chess in New Zealand.
In New Zealand, there's not that many big tournaments. It's all weekenders, and I think there's only one or two big tournaments every year. So I'm always happy to just come out here and play in bigger tournaments.
Well, thank you so much, Isabel. I really like your chess earrings as a chess accessory lover myself. And good luck for your events, and I hope you enjoy Batumi further.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.